Good morning. Y'all look nice. I trust the coffee is on the table or you've already had it. Anybody already had it? I had mine about 6 o'clock this morning. Jumpstart the day. Thank you for coming. We have a room full. It's good to see you. Good to see you in person. If you are new to federal programs, welcome aboard. This is a great group to work with. It's wonderful work to do. We are glad that you have joined us today. So I'm Jennifer Rhodes. I'm the team lead for the Consolidated Finance and Applications team under Jules Stanley, who is the Director of Federal and State Accountability over at the State Department of Ed, which is literally right behind us. So if you go out this way and take a left and just kind of keep going straight, you'll run right into the State Department of Education. Excuse me, so if you have not seen the new building, or if you have not been in, you're sitting right here at it, so I would encourage you to drive back that way and take a look. It is a beautiful facility. I will admit I miss downtown, Senate Street. Wonderful place to get out and take a little walk, but our big, beautiful building is very nice back there. So if you want to see it, feel free to do so. There's also a little place right around in here. It's called the Market, and you can eat there. So if you want to stay like on property for lunch, you can head over to the Market and do that. We also, if you go back out to the main drag here and you take a right, just drive straight, you'll find Starbucks. So if we bore you here in a little bit, you need to take a break, go down to Starbucks, you can. There's places like Sonic and Wendy's and Subway and things of that nature, but we are not downtown. So there are places around. When we get closer to lunch, we'll talk about more options for you for food, and I'll give you plenty of time to make sure you have time to have a decent lunch over here on this side of town. So thanks for coming out. This is a 2-day training. Today, we do want to focus mainly on Title I and all the pieces around that main grant. And then tomorrow, we'll move into talking about the others. So we'll do some financial conversations tomorrow. We'll talk about gaps. We'll talk about Title II, 4, 5, and N&D. So one of the only grants that my team does not oversee is Title III. So there'll be no instruction about Title III, but 2, 4, 5, and N&D will be on the agenda for tomorrow. So today is all the big there, Title I. And so it was due July 1st. So if you are brand new and you came into a written plan already done for you, will you raise your hand? You're a new one and you came into it done. Okay, not that many, but a few. If that's you, you're blessed. The work was already done. Can I get an amen from the crowd? If that is you, I would say, please pay special attention to today's topics and content, because you will be writing that plan yourself for next year. And believe it or not, it will be upon you before you can even think, right? It'll be there. So we're going to talk about the components of that grant. We will show you some snippets of GEMS. We'll talk about GEMS, kind of what that looks like, so that if you are a new coordinator and you go into that grant that's already written and submitted for your district, you can say, oh yes, there are slides that look like that. Oh, that's what she was talking about. You'll have points of reference for today. So I'm hoping that everybody had a chance to get the PowerPoint, have it where you can have it accessible for you today so you can kind of follow along as we go. Some housekeeping. Feel free to get up and go to the restroom as you need to. That goes without saying, but we will take a couple of formal breaks as we roll on through the day. The restroom is right here to the right when you come out this door. Feel free to use that as you need to. If you need to take a cell phone break, feel free to go out, do what you need to do, and come back in. So we'll do our best to kind of move it on along, and I am hopeful that we will finish early this afternoon. You won't be here till 4 o'clock. That is our plan, but want to make sure that we give you all that you need. We used to call this training new coordinators, but as time has gone on, there is constant changing. Can I get another amen? So it is so much easier to just pull us all together, say coordinators training, and go ahead and talk through all these things. And so that helps the back end technical assistance where we're not saying it 77 times. We can just, here it is for all of us to learn and grow. So I will say that I am happy to see the GANs coming in from the U.S. Department of Ed. They came July 1st. So that was wonderful. Feeling good about that, feeling good about where we are. My team is steady reading Title I. We'll talk about due dates and all that here in just a little bit, but please do know we are in the state of reading. Reading, and giving feedback. So we have time frames for when you're supposed to hear from us, and so you may be hearing from your program manager. So I want to take a minute to introduce the team I serve on. I love to call them the dream team. These ladies are very competent, and they do a wonderful job. So my team, if you'll just stand up for a minute, they're all at one table. Oh, except for Martha Walker over here, yes. So we have Sheree Mosley, Leslie Blows, Theresa Gregory, Makisha Sumter, Sarah Wagers, and Martha Walker. Thank you. I want to tell you that each, you give them a round of applause. So our team, we actually have some specific areas of focus, although we kind of do similar things. So I want to say this for those of you that are new, so you know who to reach out to for what. We all read all the grants. So you will have a program manager that you will talk to about Title I, Title II, Title IV, Title V. N&D, it is one person. So it's not like you're going to have to call Leslie and then call Sarah Wagers, okay? You'll have one person that you can talk to, and the reason for that is so that that person can become very familiar with what your district is doing. So let's just say I'm the program manager for Richland 1. I am. That's a true statement. So for Richland 1, I know the programs they're trying to implement and what's going on. And when I read Title II, I'll think about, okay, let me think about what I read for Title I and how it's holding hands. Same thing for Title IV. And in a little bit, we're going to talk about how that works with like strategic planning. CR's team is going to come and kind of talk about that. So that one person is reading, saying, okay, what are the goals for the district? And how is the funding helping to achieve those goals? So you may get questions like, okay, how is this activity related to what's going on over here? So if you are new, you will learn the programs, you will learn allowability per grant and how to work all of that and intertwine all of that to help your district meet the goals that they have for those children. And so your program manager will help you with that. Along with that, we also serve in specific areas. Okay, so like Leslie's specific area of expertise is parent-family engagement. Okay, so if you are trying to come up with ideas to engage families, or if there is a problem you're trying to solve, okay, she would be the contact for you for parent-family engagement ideas. Okay, so she knows the scope of everything that's going on in the state, initiatives that are happening. She would be the point of contact. Okay, Sheree Mosley handles allocations. So she's working all the money that we distribute for each grant. And so if you get your allocation and you're like, wow, that went up, is that correct? Y'all thought I was going to say, oh, that went down, and is that correct? But sometimes it goes the opposite way. And the district might say, Jennifer, are you sure before I start spending it? And so we look on the back end for internal controls. But Sheree does handle all the allocations, and then a couple of us come in behind. We look behind, we have conversations before all of that goes out, because when it goes out, it's out, right? When I hit that button, I get up and go to the restroom and take a deep breath and say, okay, it's gone. So if you have questions about money, allocation wise, you would contact Sheree Mosley. Okay, when the GANs come out, all of that, cover letters, GANs, if you have conversations that you want to have around like administrative budgets, Sarah Wagers is the point of contact. Okay, so if you get into gaps and you're having trouble, you need to do a refund, you don't know how to budget in gaps, I need something returned in gaps, I didn't get the GAN that they said I'm supposed to get. Okay, that is her vein. So you would contact Sarah Wagers. Okay, Theresa Gregory is our ombudsman. So she is handling equitable services. You will hear from her today. She's going to go all into equitable services. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you she's the expert, not Jennifer Rhodes. So if you have questions about private schools, Theresa is the point of contact. Okay, Makisha Sumter, she is the newest of our team, but she is phenomenal. Bless her heart. She came in when we were having a N&D audit, trial by fire, an N&D audit from the U.S. Department of Ed. So she and I worked through that together. I will tell you that it made us better and it made us brighter. And we have been cleared by the U.S. Department of Ed and actually asked to speak at the national level about the experience that we had. And so I'm very proud of the work going on for N&D. So she is actually the state coordinator for neglected and delinquent. So if you're a district that has that, you will be hearing from her because it has its own set of requirements that she will work with you with. Okay, and then Martha Walker. Martha is a huge help with the Title IV grant. U.S. Department of Ed really, and I say this all the time, they like Title IV. They want you to use it in almost any capacity within allowability to meet the needs. There's a lot of flexibility in the well-rounded category. And with that, there is a lot of tracking. We have constant communication with Title IV and the T4PA program up there. And so Martha is the point of contact there. And so we have actually recently spoken on the national level for multiple grants. And so Title IV being one of those, along with district level participation in those things. So very proud of the work that is going on, but that's kind of where we serve. In specialty areas if you need to reach out. And then, of course, my door is open. You are welcome to call me to discuss anything as well. But that's who does what on my team. But then at the same time, we're all reading the grant applications. There are other teams who are with us today, and they're going to present because we handhold in our office. And so Barrett Leviner's monitoring team, if you'll stand, if you're here, you're going to hear from them in a little while. They look like auditors, don't they? Y'all look nice today. And so whichever one is the first one to come up to speak, I'll let you introduce the team when you come as well. So, all right, and then CR, you'll stand up. She's going to speak shortly, and I'm going to let her introduce her team as well. You will see Jules Stanley popping in and out today and tomorrow. Many meetings, you also may see Lilla Toll-Monsinger popping in and out as well, just in support of you and us as well. We do have one other team. There are 4 teams. This is Zach Taylor's team. He has now vacated that spot, and we are currently hiring for that position, as well as Susan Murphy and Ingrid's position. And so I don't see any of them. I don't want to overlook them, but they may pop in and out. Burley and Kim, some of you may know their names. You may see them coming in and out as well. And if we see them, I'll introduce. And so I think that is kind of the introduction, and now we can jump right into the content. And now I will put on my glasses so I can see. Something about this midlife, it just goes. All right, at your table, I'd like for you to don't get on this slide yet, but just take a moment and talk to each other and introduce yourself. Say where you're from, how far you're from here, how long it took you to get here, how long you've been in the position. Go ahead and have just a minute of table talk. Introduce yourself.
Sure.
Okay.
That's what I would also ask the table to discuss.
All right. I am hoping that you just made a friend. Before you leave for the next couple of days, whenever you get ready to leave tomorrow, make sure that you get somebody's contact information that you're sitting with, because I can promise you at some point you're going to want to call somebody. Going to get another amen from the field. You might want to call somebody before you call my team or me, right? Just to talk about something. Like you might want to say, okay, has anybody ever tried this program? What's been your experience with this? How do you work with a principal that gives you a problem? You know, like you might want to talk with somebody. And so I do want you to make friends, make contacts, call each other. This is a big job. I used to say this is the go to jail job. Like we got to do it right, right? I love Clemson orange, but I don't like the other kind of orange, right? And so we got to do it right. We got to be compliant, but at the same time, we want to be innovative. We want to use the funding to get the most out of it, the most return on investment. So make a friend, enjoy each other. I would even suggest that you go and see somebody in the role. If you are new, you need a mentor. I can help you with that if you want to reach out to me. But let's just say you work in Spartanburg 4. Well, you might want to go see Miss Annie Means in Spartanburg 6. She's done it a long time. Okay, you don't have to drive to Dillon. You can drive over to one of the other Spartanburgs, right? If you are, let's say you're in Saluda, you might want to ride up to Greenwood 50 and see Lori, who has done it a while. Okay, we can put you in contact with each other. Go see how somebody pulls their documentation, how they keep their records, how they work with their principals. If you are new, or if you are within the first 5 years, I highly recommend that, okay? If I were to ask you, how do you feel? The first 5 years, you'll say the same thing to me. I can remember when I was hired, Jewel said, it's gonna take you 5. Okay, it's gonna take you 5 to start to feel comfortable. Maybe not even the full-on expert, but comfortable. So it's okay if you feel a little overwhelmed. It takes a little while to learn it all, but we're here to support you in that. We're gonna play a little game about superpowers. My son would be thrilled. Superpower on, right? Everybody has a superpower. And when you are working in education, you learn your sweet spot, right? If you do it for any amount of time, you will learn what you like and what you don't like. And you will learn what you're really good at and what you have to call a friend to help you with, right? So I used to work in Florence 1, and then I worked in Dillon 4. And I learned very quickly. I was on the instructional curriculum side. I was like, whoa, okay. That is not my strongest suit. Then we went through a couple of Title I audits, and I loved, back then we did all paper. Lord have mercy, I show my age. We did all paper, and we had a room where we just had all these files and folders and all the things. But I was so proud of that room. Oh my gosh, like, monitoring team, please come see me. Right? That's how I was in Dillon 4. I was like, please come in here. You see all this work? Come look at it. And I realized, like, I like compliance. I love the checkoff. Oh, yes. They like that one. Oh, I meant that requirement. Oh. So like when it came time to do the N&D audit, I was like, Makisha, I'm gonna pull all the documentation. It's been a minute, right? And I did. I like compliance. And so you will learn like what piece of it is your strongest suit. My personality is very black and white. And then I'm married to somebody in gray. Anybody else have that experience? Lots of prayers and supplication in that marital experience, because I do not see things the way he sees them. I see black and white. What does the paper say? And so I enjoyed the allocation piece. What's the paper say? You know, if I'm off by 5 cents, I'm going to find it. Sheree and I are going to find it. Like black and white. Okay, so I want you to think about your superpower. If you know thus far. If you're brand new, you might know just based on your work experience and your personality. So let's look at it, and then you're going to choose one, and then you're going to talk about it with each other. Okay? Are you a grant writing wizard? Are you a spreadsheet ninja? That's Karen Cook. A spreadsheet ninja. Yes. Compliance detective. A fire extinguisher. Do you like to solve problems before they spread? A deadline magician. Always submits on time somehow. A budget whisperer. You know where every dollar should go. Monitoring survivor. Stays calm during audits and visit. And a master juggler. balances everything at once. Okay, you may like more than one. I hope you do in this role. Take a minute and talk about that at your table. How do you feel about yourself in federal programs thus far? What's your superpowers?
$30. Yep.
I'll give you about a minute to wrap up your convo. All right. A little secret. You're going to learn to be all of those. You will learn to be all of those in this role at some point. It will not be all at one time, but over time, especially if you do this for a while, if you're a federal programs director and you are managing multiple grants, you will take on multiple hats and have multiple superpowers. At some point, you will be the one that goes through the audits, and you'll call yourself the survivor, staying calm during the audit and visit. I will say that this team, they might look scary, but they're fine. They're fine. So when they come to see you, it's fine. They're really there to support you and to help you before the feds come in, right? So our team is really there to take a look, go through it, and if there are any missing pieces or anything that needs to be checked up or tightened up, they will let you know that, and they will work with you to do that before we have an audit from the U.S. Department of Ed. And so they're easy to work with and very happy and helpful in that way. If you are a person that you love to meet a deadline and you're going to turn it in ahead of time, I need you to know that in this role, you are working with other people that may hinder what you hope for at times. So if that is the case, you need to create a buffer window to help you so that you can still meet your own timeline and not be frustrated. So know that when you're working with stakeholders and principals and private schools and our office and all these components, buffer yourself time there so that you can meet your deadlines, feel good, and feel like you can check that off. A spreadsheet ninja. You're going to learn to do the numbers. You're going to get into gyms and put in PPA figures and get on the bottom of that link and be like, oh gosh, where is that 5 cents? Why is there money down there that I still don't have somewhere? Or you'll get on into gyms and you'll do all the budgeting and then you'll still have remaining money at the bottom. You say, where is it? And you'll go back in and try to find it. So at some point, you will work with all the budgets and you may run your own spreadsheet off to the side as you're getting ready to produce school allocations, school level allocations. You'll become a fire extinguisher. You will learn to solve problems before they spread. You in the role, if you're in there a long time, you'll know who you need to spend more time with. You'll know how to approach them. And then you'll also know who you can just give something to and they're going to get it done. Okay. Working in this role will help you become a people person. You'll work with a lot of different personalities and you'll learn to solve problems before they spread. And above all, a master juggler. Because sometimes you will feel like you have many balls in the air at one time. Just know that that is okay. That's normal for this job. And it will all work out in the long run. Our office is here to support you. So welcome to the role if you're new. Welcome back to the role if you're not new. We are glad that you are with us in this journey. So this is our day one agenda, what we're going to touch on today. Going to give you some general information. So if you are a veteran to federal programs, some of this will be a repeat for you, not all of it, because we do try to switch some things up, but some of it is just because this job is very factual, right? We're going to talk about the uses of funds. How can you use Title I funds? What should you use Title I funds for? What should you not use Title I funds for? And how do you know the difference? We're going to talk about some LEA set-asides, what you can do at the district level with these funds to support the goals of your district. We will also take a look at what GEMS looks like when you get into components there and links on the sections page. That's our landing page, our home page, what that looks like, how you work in there, what working in school-wide plans looks like, how we go about giving them funding, how are they going to use the funds, how does all of this work together. We're going to talk about all of that today. We're going to talk about some fiscal expectations. You're going to hear from two teams outside of mine today. And we'll also take some little much needed breaks here and there. Okay, so what is Title I? Coming into this role, I think this is 11 years at the department for me. Before ESSER, I would say Title I was the biggest one. And then we helped with ESSER allocations, round number 1. And I remember saying to Sheree, oh my Lord Jesus, this is well beyond what I have seen. And so Title I, though, it is a very large set of federal funding coming down to you through us as the pass-through entity so that you can help students in your school district. Title I is the largest federal aid program for K through 12 schools. And what is the purpose? And this is one of the things that you will need to say at a parent night. You do a Title I parent night. If you have school-wide Title I schools in your district, this is things that you have to convey to the parents. We receive Title I funding. This is what Title I is. Go over the purpose for it. The purpose of Title I is to ensure that all students have a fair, equal, and significant opportunity to obtain a high-quality education and reach at a minimum proficiency on challenging state academic achievement standards and assessments. So what is the money really for? Helping the children academically succeed. Is it to take them to Carowinds? Do we like to go to Carowinds? Yeah. That's not what the funding is for. So when you are receiving principal requests for how to use the funds, you have to help them. You have to say, okay, how is that activity going to support academic achievement? Okay, that is what the funds are for. If that is not the main goal, you get to tell them no. You better tell them no. They won't hear no from you. We can tell them no. Okay, you can call and say, listen, I need some support in this area. What do you think about this activity? Do you find it to be allowable? And if not, can you give me something in writing so that I can share that? Okay, but the goal is to increase academics for all students. All right, if I am a Title I coordinator and I am brand new, what is my job responsibilities? What is the role that I am to play with Title I? We have scripted it out for you. Put it on your desk, okay? You'll have many hats in a district, but for Title I, you need to be up to date on the latest in education reform efforts and understand curriculum and instruction. Okay, if you are not the one in charge of curriculum and instruction in your district, you need to become best friends with the one handling that, because you're going to be the one helping with the funding for the instruction that is happening in your district. So lots of conversation around curriculum in your district and how Title I can support that. You need to know the law, the regulations, and the guidance related to that grant. And you need to become familiar with Edgar. We have a little picture of Edgar. You can order that. This is going to be your quick guide as you need it. You'll see that that's from Brewman. This is kind of like your Bible of sorts to go to for the law and the guidance. So it can remain out. If you need help with it, we can also help you use it. As we continue, you have a major responsibility to see that the funds that flow to the district are used to the educational purposes intended in the law. And so we say, well, how do I know? Jennifer, how do I know what the law is? Well, you're going to receive that from us. You're going to receive guidance documents that will come down. I would very much encourage you to attend conferences that are offered. The NAFIPA conference is wonderful. If you go to the national conference, go to that. You will see people from the U.S. Department of Ed sitting in these conferences and disseminating information straight from me. I love to go to all of that. Title I can pay for that for you to go. Okay, if you are brand new into this role, that may be written in the plan already for you. You need to read the application. If you are hired July 1, read the grant. I know that seems, really? Yes. Read the grant. The person before you wrote it, and all of those things have to happen on your watch. You might not be the writer, but you have inherited overseeing that everything in that grant is being done. And if while you're in the grant and running the grant and overseeing the grant, you say, that one needs to be changed, you can make amendments, okay? But read the grant, go through it. What's the PD look like? What's the professional development look like? Whose salaries are coming out of it? What parent involvement activities am I supposed to be overseeing? All of these things, okay? You need to be well-versed in both program and compliance, and you need to plan to meet with stakeholders to create a comprehensive needs assessment outlining the district goals. We're going to get into that shortly in great depth. If you are brand new, you have inherited that, you can go into the GEMS application and read the needs assessment for the person that did that before you, since this is already due. This plan, this plan will run for 2 years. Okay, the funding will be there for 2 years, but grants overlap. So while you're in the second year of a current grant, you're getting a new one. So that is something to be aware of as a new person coming in. I have to write this grant every year. Yes, you do. The bulk of it needs to be done year 1 because you're going to get another one coming right on top of it. Okay, salaries and things of that nature can keep on running through year 2 of the grant. But let me go ahead and say this, especially if you are new. When I pull expenditure reports, I'm looking to see, has the district made claims? And if it looks like I'm now into quarter 3 and no claims have been made, I'm going to ask the program manager to call you and say, are y'all doing the activities in this grant? Are y'all just fronting all the money and not getting the money back, reimbursing yourself? Okay, the claiming side has to happen. We're going to talk about that in a little bit too. So read the plan as a new person, know what is expected of you as far as what is going on at each school level. What is happening at Rhodes Elementary? What is happening at Blows Elementary? You need to know that, and you have to follow up with principals. Anybody ever been a principal? Principals in the room? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is Title I the first thing on your mind? Heck no. What's the first thing on your mind? Butts and discipline, right? Teachers and parents. Yeah, you're not really thinking about the funding all the time. You're not really thinking about, have I done this activity that I wrote down? Okay, because you're doing the thing as a principal. So your job on the district level is, you can do it two ways, I would suggest. Hire a Title I facilitator for each school-wide. That person will be checking and working with that principal, constantly running parent and family engagement, making sure all the POs are happening, making sure everything that's written is there, keeping all the documentation. Or you're going to have to go out to the schools. Oh my gosh, Jennifer, I got to go to the school. I just come out of the school. Yeah, you got to go back. We're still in education until I'm on that porch finally for good. Yeah. I still get to come out in the districts. And now when I come, I try to say, let me see what's happening. It's exciting. But yeah, you're going to have to leave that computer regardless of how much you have going on. And you got to go out there and you got to support them and you got to nudge them and help them. Okay, that's part of your role. Okay, let's talk about how to fund a plan rather than planning your funds. If you have a personality that's similar to mine, and it's black and white, boom, 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 and I'm a to-do list kind of person, I have sticky notes everywhere. Sometimes I sit back and I go, ooh, if somebody else comes in here, they're just going to think I have no memory whatsoever. Untrue, but I like the feeling of pulling that sticky note off, putting it in the trash can. Maybe you're a person you like to cross it off the list, or you're in, you're really technology savvy and move that one off of your schedule or whatever it is. Okay, this is different for this type of personality because type of personality I have, I say, okay, Title I is due July 1st, Title II is due July 31st, I'm gonna get it done. And this stretches that, okay? This is different than just planning the fund. What can I do with all this money? Let me just get it done. Let me just write some activities. That is not the most appropriate way to handle the situation. That is not best practice. Okay, so I want to talk about best practice for just a moment. Best practice is to learn what each grant allows, to learn the needs of the district, to understand the goal of the district, and then to be able to come to the table with all the main players and say, okay, these are the goals. I think Title I can support this activity, and this is why. Okay, we can use Title IV for this activity. Let's use 1 and 2 for this activity. Let's use ATSI for this activity. Let's use Title III down here. And you come to the table with that mindset to fund the plan, the district's plan, not the checklist. Okay? Just come to the table and say, okay, let's plug in this set of funding for these goals. Then we'll talk about return on investment a little bit later as well. But I want to take a few minutes and let CR's team talk about how to do this with strategic planning for Title I only right now. I think I have like 2 slides before I give it to you. But for Title I, this year, we are doing something a little bit different. Now, Title I plans have already come in, but I do want her to talk about this. This is something we talked to ESSA Academy about as well, but how to hold hands in this way. There are key components to implementing grants, the planning piece, there's evaluating piece, and improving. We'll get into all of this a little later. Plan development. What does the plan look like? You have to meet with all the stakeholders in a timely manner. You do have to have them all sign in. You have to have meeting minutes. You are going to have a needs assessment. All of this is going into the grant application within the GEMS format. We'll talk about where to put it all. But everybody's coming to the table like I just described. Principals, parents, district level staff, and all the ones to figure out how to fund the plan. There are certain things that the district assures that it will do. We have scripted out some of these for you. If you are new, please print this one, put it beside your computer, because these are things that you have to do right out the gate. Okay, you're going to be dealing with paraprofessionals, teachers meeting state certification. You need to designate a point of contact with DSS. There are certain things that you have to make sure is happening in the district. And so this is kind of like 5 or 6 to-dos. Back to strategic planning and the Title I grant. So what CR shares with you, this is my disclaimer. This is for which grant? Title I only. Okay, come on, CR.
Good morning, everybody. I know we're getting ready to start up a new school year, so welcome to the jungle, as Guns N' Roses would say, right? Party on, getting ready to start a new year. I see our all on the team lead and innovation and support. I like to call ourselves ISS, because sometimes you just need to be in your office all by yourself and then a few months. But we are innovation and support. We are your friendly, fun-loving DSSR readers, and it's District Strategic School Renewal Plans, because we love our acronyms here at State Department of Education. So we read every single one of your strategic plans, district ones and the school ones as well. That comes to a total of about 1,227, give or take. And we have to do it in 60 days. So most of you have gotten your closeout letters already, or somebody in your office has gotten their closeout letters, which is fantastic. But I don't do all this work by myself. I have a fantastic team. They're not all here today because we're spread out, but it's okay. Daniel's on vacation. Daniel's new to the office. He covers your proficiency-based systems plan, so your credit recovery, credit through prior knowledge. That is a good one, especially if you have a high NL population. You want to know more about that, come see Daniel and I will have a conversation with you. Sarah Fisher, she is all things when you close down your school or school or district for the day because of snow or a water main break. She handles all of that. The better is handles all of our rural and poverty. So if you have a high rural, high poverty school and you want some new strategies, the better's your gal. Pat Cicatelli is our superintendent, is our former superintendent on our team. He handles all those high maintenance bosses that you have. You know which ones they are. And then also over here, no one ever gives this man credit. Eric, stand up for a second. Eric's our tech man. He's our website man. He also checked all of your calendars for compliance. And all of them have been checked off, so everybody's compliant. So there we go. First check mark of the year. Bam, done. Your calendars are compliant and your school year is ready to go. But today I want to talk to you about DSSR, again, District Strategic School Renewal. District Strategic is the big plan. That's the district plan. School renewal are those individual school plans. And I'm going to refer to it as DSSR because it's all one big system. And I'm going to talk to you guys about how to incorporate that strategic plan and Title I planning all together. If you plan correctly, you can cut down on your workload and the workload of those principals. Now they're back in the classroom doing what they need to do, which is supervised instruction. So let's get it started. Jennifer's absolutely right. You're going to fund the plan. The plan is the district strategic plan or the school renewal plan. All right, we shouldn't have fund coupons. We shouldn't be sitting over here, oh, title money's coming in, I got another $200,000. Let's go and spend that money out. No, that's not what this is. It's not fund coupons. It is fund coupons, but it needs to be with your strategic plans. Let's talk about how to put all this together. Also, in the room, who are federal directors? Oh, I don't have any other duties but federal. Federal only. All righty, I got a couple of those. This is kind of gonna go both ways, okay? How many of you wear the state hat and the federal hat and all of the duties assigned? All right, so we've got some of those too, good, fantastic. All right, so this is how we're going to talk about it. We're going to start down here in, did I get, no, back up. A little light. That a light on it? Oh, give me one light, okay. We'll start in July. It's blank for a reason. Y'all are all recovering. Your principals are in recovery. Everybody's recovering from the previous school year. They're coming back from vacation. It's a good thing. It should be quiet right now. However, some of you are starting school in 2 weeks. How many of you get teachers back in 2 weeks? Yes, that modified year-round school calendar. Love that one. So some of this can be adjusted depending on where your calendar is, but overall, it's just a good cycle to go through. So we start in August. We should be looking at our back to school data. So our report cards are coming in. We should be taking a look at it. Where are our kids at? Do they have any summer slides or anything of that nature? We should have our annual Title I open house meeting in August. We should also be distributing our family and school engagement policy and parent compact. That is an August activity or an early July or late July, depending on when your school year starts. Then in September, this also could be in August, depending when you start, your fall diagnostic. So everybody's doing that, iReady, whatever the new vendor is of the day. You should be looking, your schools should be looking at the data, and you should be looking at that data. And you should be looking at the DSSR. And are we where we need to be? Have we started those activities? Where do we need to go? October comes along, Title I reallocations, we're gonna come back to that one. We should be looking at a Title I budget review. If you aren't handing your principals a report every couple of months, tells them where they are with their budget, you're going to end up being in trouble and being over your 15% at the end of the year. Bless their hearts, they got a lot to keep up with. But it's wonderful when a report comes along, and my director used to do this, highlight in the corner. 75% budget remaining, all right. That forces me back into my plan. Am I where I need to be? Have I started making purchases? But where those POs in that process? And also during that time, we're reviewing and revising our DSSR plan. Are there things we need to change? Are there things we need to continue doing? Are there things we need to be stopping? Then we get into November. In November and December, the two activities repeat themselves because of the holidays. Your team and departments need to start having a conversation about the needs for the upcoming year. Yes, it needs to start early. This is a marathon, not a sprint. You have to start early. There's a reason why. Also, that winter diagnostic data. They should be taking a look at that. They should be looking at that Title I plan. They should be looking at the DSSR plan. Where are we? Have we implemented those strategies? Is it something we need to continue? Is it something we need to stop? Then we get over to January. This is when we have our first school improvement Title I meeting. Say that together. Jennifer's already hit that. The ESSA part, which says that it must be done in conjunction with stakeholders. School Improvement Council, written in our state law, also says it has to be made of stakeholders. Both laws don't say which stakeholders. It just says stakeholders. It doesn't say the Monday, Wednesday, Friday group. It doesn't say the Tuesday, Thursday group. It just says stakeholders. Sometimes those legislators are genius. Sometimes they're not, but sometimes they are. And they are when they leave it open the way they've left it open. So they've left it open for you to combine those meetings. The first thing you need to do in January is put up all those needs. I put them up all around the room on sticky charts. And my team leads and my department chairs had to defend what they wanted, what they thought was going to meet the goals in the plan. I can't tell you why third grade wanted whatever it wanted. The third grade can tell you why they wanted it, and had to defend it. We also review and revise our DSSR process. February comes along, we rank order them. So I take that list and everything that's repeated itself, I would put in order, put in a list. So if it repeated itself across all the charts 5 times, it got to the top of the list. That repeated itself 3 times, that's the middle of the list. We would have a discussion in that meeting about the rank order, what we were going to pay for first, what was the most bang for the buck. And we would also review and revise our DSSR. March comes around. We have our meeting and we talk about the allocation of preliminary funds. Now I realize when I say that, that means different things. Jennifer thinks that means something totally different. Same words, different meaning. Here's what I mean from the principal standpoint. I need to know whether we're up or down. Mostly down. We're going to be down 5%. I need to know that because that could be somebody's salary, somebody's fringe benefits that I need to move around. I don't need to know the exact number. My number back in the day was $250,000. I called my Title I director, up or down. Conversation's gonna be down 4%. You got a 3% increase on the fringes, so you're gonna need to calculate that in. Now I can start to have some real discussion. So what we would do is we would take that list. We start to put it in rank order. Then we put an estimated cost. You notice it's whole numbers. You don't have the final allocation. All I need to know is roughly where I'm at. And as we had the discussion with my parent group and my stakeholders, I would have the budget in there, made myself a little calculation with Excel. It's fantastic with that. And as we started putting those activities in and paying for it, we started subtracting it out of our budget. Let them sit on that for a little bit. We come back in April. Now the district strategic school renewal plan is due April 30th. So should that Title I plan in a draft. Why? Because the school improvement council's got to approve it. As in law, that school improvement council must help the principal spend grant funds. So if you're doing it all together, April 30th is when a rough draft should be done. I'll tell you where they're going to hide it in just a little bit. But in there, we are talking about those funds. Do we agree with the rank order? Do we agree with the funding? Things we can't pay for, because that list is long, goes into a parking. So on the left, I have what's actually going in the plan, and then right are the things we can't pay for right now, because we ran out of funding. We decided something needed to be moved. That one comes back to play in just a little bit. Then we get into May. Nothing should be happening in May except testing and graduating and get everybody out the door before we all kill each other, right? June comes along. Your principals have a little bit of a hangover. They're tired and sleepy. Then all of a sudden what happens? Jennifer says, your money's ready. You turn around, look to principals and go, I need you to put in your plan and principals are what I need. You need to do what? Then you say, babe, it's inside your DSSR. You should go back and look. It's already there. You've already got a rough draft. Now you just need to finalize. Okay. Well, goal 1, we're going to improve student achievement for K through 2 reading. We're going to purchase an interventionist. All right, that's roughly $47,500. All right, so Jennifer's number comes in and it's $250,872. Okay, I can deal with that. What I can't deal with is a not knowing. But I know I've got a rough start with 47.5. As I make that plan in GEMS, for those of you that allow your principals to do that, that's where I start putting in the hard numbers, where it's $47,582. Okay, 82 is easy once I figured out the 47.5. And I go through each one of these and I plug that in. And I still hold on to that parking lot. July comes around, right where we are, we're blank. We start the year over, we start the whole process. But when we get to October, Title I reallocations. I call this the October surprise because nobody told me it existed when I became a principal. All of a sudden I get an email, you got $30,000 and 30 days to spend it. What's that? That's called a reallocation. Didn't know that. Once I figured out how to manage it, it was no problem. Because I went to the parking lot. I did not have to call my stakeholders back in because in the parking lot, we agreed to what order it was going to happen. So I would send my stakeholders an email that said, hey, $30,000 reallocation came in. This is what we took care of off that parking lot list. Happy, beautiful. Your principals who have a parking lot list, they can spend that money really, really fast and get it off your table really, really quick. In my situation, that money got bigger every year because I was spending it the fastest, which ultimately paid off for my kids. What I'm worried about. And the cycle repeats itself over and over again. When you give your principal structure for this plan, it becomes a lot easier for them to manage. It becomes a lot easier for you to manage. It also helps with that one thing that the monitoring team likes in the back called internal controls. The best district I monitored, Jennifer mentioned it earlier, was Greenwood 50. Lori has internal controls before I ever got to finance, before I ever got the financial accountability section of the monitoring tool. She had a calendar laid out for her principals. All their Title I meetings were laid out. They did not bump into other middle schools or high schools, so parents could have an opportunity to attend at elementary, middle, and high if they had kids across the board. It was fantastic. This is when this paperwork is due. This is when your amendments are due. This is when we do rollover grades. This is when the report card goes out. It was for everybody, whether you were Title I or not. Absolutely beautiful. I knew she had control over that district without even getting into the finances, because there's a calendar that sat on everybody's desk. Beautiful idea. Let me stop right there. Any questions about the spreadsheet or the thought process of planning year round? That's a lot. All right, let's get into a little more practicality. Let's start with what is a comprehensive needs assessment. It is a systematic, data-driven process used to identify gaps between the current state and the desired state, current reality and the reality we'd like to get to. It is multiple data sources. It's the whole child and the whole system, and it involves multiple stakeholders. Guys, this is not just a report. If I wanted your report card or your report card data, I can get it before you ever see it. The guy who does it works next door. Out my door, 5 steps, turn left, his office. I have that report card data long before you ever see it. So why do I need to see your data? I have it. What I need to see is the thought process behind that comprehensive needs assessment. The best way to think about it when you're looking at that data is to think about it as I noticed. I noticed when I pulled student attendance, we have a high chronic absenteeism rate of 30%. Students aren't in the chair, they aren't learning, something we might have to deal with. I noticed that reading slacks off when we get to grade 4. And all it is an I notice. Comprehensive needs assessment is nothing more than the data and what we notice about the data. Should a comprehensive needs assessment be rewritten every year? Law is very vague on that, and my argument is no. Your DSSR is a business plan. Think about Jeff Bezos for a second. He didn't just start out and go, I'm gonna put out 1,000 distribution centers for Amazon. So he started in his garage. And he set out a plan and said, hey, in 5 years, we want to have 2 distribution centers and a call-in center where you call in your orders. And that's what they worked for 5 years. And then when they got to 5 years, he looked at it again and said, all right, now the goal is to be 7 distribution centers, and we're going to double our call center. So they worked towards it. The point is that you cannot conquer Rome in a day. You can't conquer it with spears and swords, but you can't conquer it in a day. So with that being said, you should not have to rewrite that comprehensive needs assessment every single year. If you are doing that, you are creating more work for yourself and more work for the district, more work for the schools. It's a 5-year plan. Now, is there a reason to go back and do the CNA? Absolutely. Let's say the school loses, it was a 5 through 8 middle school, and that grade 5 goes back down to elementary. There's a reason to redo the comprehensive needs assessment. Maybe they picked up a special education population. There's a reason to redo that comprehensive needs assessment. But for the most part, we shouldn't be touching it unless there's a reason to do so. The executive summary. This is what we call the love letter. This is actually the why behind the, comprehensive needs assessment, or the solutions, or what I like to call the I wonders. So what's the most important? So when we looked at that student, absenteeism rate, we noticed that it was high. I wonder why it's high. Do we have good connections and relationships going on in our classrooms? We need to look at some sort of PBIS to motivate kids to come to school on time. That's the I wonder. What are the key strengths? What do we need to work on? What's the reason for it all? What's the root cause of the problem? Let me put it all together. So your comprehensive needs assessment on the leaves, it's what you see. I noticed those leaves are green. I noticed those leaves are brown. Those leaves are red. Root cause is why is that happening? So for example, the absenteeism, that is in part of that comprehensive needs assessment. That's something I see. What could be the root cause? Is there disengagement in the classroom, which is why nobody wants to show up to class? Is it poor classroom management? Is it poor tier 1 instruction? Same thing with that high suspension rate. Are we disengaged in the classroom? Do we have poor classroom management or tier 1 instruction? Same thing with poor student achievement. Is the root cause disengagement or tier 1 instruction or classroom management? You have to get down to the root cause. You're never going to solve it if you don't ask yourself why. That is the hard part of the whole entire job. Why is this happening? So now what? So this quote sits in everybody's workstation over at the agency, at least on my team. Once you know tier 1 is broken, the question isn't whether to fix it. The question is how long do students have to wait until the adults figure it out? That's a hard one. That's a hard pill to swallow right there. So let's talk about our DSSR goals. Again, the beauty of those legislators, they say in state law and regulation, there are 3 buckets. There are 3 goals. Say that again. There are 3 goals. Some of y'all write goals, or some of your districts write goals. Y'all are way over what I call page 1, right? Greenville is the biggest district. Their plan ends at page 141. Some of y'all only have 3 schools and your district strategic plan is 200 pages. Really? That is way too much going on if you are a small district and you have a very large plan. Again, you're trying to accomplish way too much. What are we trying to get done in the first 5 years? Once that gets accomplished, then we look at the next 5 years. But there are 3 buckets: student achievement, teacher admin quality, school climate. If you're the district, TT. So let's look at that student achievement. There are lots of things that can go into this bucket. For starters, all of your content goes right in there. ELA, math, science, social studies, special ed. I'll also argue in there ATSI and CSI. If you're smart, put ATSI and CSI in the same place. That designation doesn't come out until December. Our plan was due in April. Nobody said you couldn't change your plan. You just made the update for the next turn-in date. So if you appear on one of those magic lists, make it for the next plan and make it part of that goal. Put it all in one place. With those subject areas, I will also argue too, not necessarily do you need to have every subject area listed. Why? We went to a district back in the fall, and elementary school we were looking at when we were doing our homework on them. Kindergarten, actually it was 3rd, 4th, and 5th was what showed up on our report card. 3rd and 5th, rocking the test scores. 3rd was rocking it so much that they had 100 kids, 97 meets or exceeds. It was impressive. I asked the principal, I said, "Do you write a check every time they come in?" She said, "Yes, I do." Our lady. I said, "But 4th grade," they don't want to get involved in the plan. They don't want to buy into the playbook. So kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd are doing their part. 5th grade does double duty and pulls 4th grade out the whole when they get to 5th grade. I said, I know what I would do. I'd make a whole entire plan about 4th grade. She looked at the phone. I said, well, look, I said, I would put in there the goal that they're going to improve their points by 20 points over the baseline, blah, blah, blah. Strategy number 1, they're in a PLC every Friday from 4 to 5:30 with me, because that's when I'm the principal and I am most focused. I don't have anything, I don't have any games to go to. I don't have any parent activities from 4 to 5:30 every Friday. And I would tell them that at 11 o'clock and put them at lunch at 11:30, because they're accustomed as they go out to lunch. And they'll be back at 1 o'clock and they will say, I got a plan. We do it your way for 9 weeks and it changes. Can we get that Friday meeting from 4 to 5:30? Absolutely. You've done exactly what I needed you to do, which is buy in the playbook. Guess what kindergarten, first, second, third, fifth grade are doing? They're dancing out the door. That plan's not me. That plan's not me. They're so happy. And they're going to continue to do their work. Why? Because they don't want to be in the plan. Who wants to be in a meeting at 4 or 5 with the boss on Friday? No one. Fix that adult behavior real quick. Point of it being is sometimes some groups are really working hard and doing what they need to do. And just because it's available doesn't mean we need to make a goal for them. If English 2, the English department is putting out, and they've got strong EOC scores, why do I need to get in the way with the goal? But biology 1, the science department needs a lot of help. So the plan's going to be about that. Also, our career assessments, our WIN assessments. Okay, those can be included. This is not an end-all be-all list. I'm giving you suggestions because these are things that you put in your Title I plan to fund. Teacher admin quality. Teacher absenteeism. If teachers aren't in the classroom, the students aren't learning. I would say that's a problem. You've got a high teacher absenteeism rate, that affects your student achievement. Instructional strategy usage. How many of y'all are avid schools or have avid schools in your district? A lot of you. So we want to see the increased use of avid instructional strategies. That can go in teacher quality. Your professional plan, professional development plan. I came from a district that wanted a separate professional development plan on certain templates. It took me a year to figure out, I'm doing this twice. If I'm writing her something and I have a goal that has nothing to do with what I'm giving her, I put it all back in my DSSR plan. When she was ready for it, I pulled it out and put it right on her little template, got my little check by my name, but it lived in my DSSR plan. And it was associated with the things I was paying for with Title I. Professional learning communities, that can all fit in there. The school climate. District and the schools love a school climate survey. And I don't know why. Y'all love, we're gonna make everybody happy. We're gonna have 100%, all the parents are happy with our learning environment. How many of y'all got Miss Smith that's been ready to take that score since the child entered the district? Y'all all got one. Every single one. So let's stop making it a school climate. You know, you've got those parents who want to take it. Move on. There's other things we can do. Student absenteeism. If the students aren't in the seat, they aren't. They are learning. Our CARES, our character, education, and resilience. How many of you do Leader in Me? Got Leader in Me schools? Capturing Kids' Hearts. Yep. All that can go in there. PBIS. All that can go in there. That can be part of that school climate goal. Our discipline data. How many of us have discipline issues? I better see all hands in the air because y'all are lying if you don't. The discipline issues can go in there. Family engagement events. That can go in there. There are lots of things. This is not the end-all be-all list, but this will get you started trying to make those connections. All right, so let's turn it over to actual implementation. So here's the goal on the left. By the end of the 26-27 school year, the percentage of K2 students scoring on or above grade level on the winter iReady diagnostic will increase by 20 points over the baseline. Here are things that Title I can pay for. I know I have Title II there, and Jennifer said not Title II, but I put it in there as a suggestion. Title I, reading interventionist. Additional phonics programs. iReady personalized pathways. So maybe the district pays for iReady, but you want to do some individualized personal pathways. That's above and beyond in addition to. Classroom libraries, after school tutoring, summer take-home books. In Title II, additional letters training. I'll argue this. How many of y'all have paraprofessionals in your kindergarten? Pre-3, pre-4, 5, maybe even first grade. I mean, we've all got TAs in there. My question is, why aren't those TAs letter trained? They're your most powerful, underused resource. That's additional what the state is providing. And I would argue that would be something that could be improved. Jennifer and I might have an argument. We can go have an argument back at the office in a little bit, which is great. Because it builds our capacity. But it's addition to, so why not use it? Teacher admin quality, by the end of 26-27 school year, the number of teachers using formative assessment data to adjust their instruction will increase from 50% to 80%. That's evidenced through lesson plan reviews, classroom instruction, and PLC documentation. So Title I, Mastery Manager Program. If we want to see that they're using formative assessments, then we need to make sure we have a system for them to put formative assessments in. Maybe it's classroom mosaics, so we can observe them and make sure we have documentation of those classroom observations. We can go back and have those discussions when we have our SLO conference. Title II, PLC conferences, PLC book studies, those instructional strategies, Marzano, Patty. Maybe we need to have planning days for data digs. All that can be tied in. As Jennifer talked about earlier, it's about being at the table and having those conversations. This is the things we can pay for. This is allowable here. This is allowable there. And that school climate goal. So by the end of the 26-27 school year, chronic absenteeism rate will decrease from 14% to 4% through an implementation of proactive attendance monitoring, family engagement strategies, and targeted interventions for students with repeated absence. So maybe we need to purchase an attendance interventionist, somebody who's out there making those connections, building those relationships. Why are we not here? Where's your paperwork? Did you get your note turned in from your mom? Do you have your doctor's excuse? Maybe we need to add additional social workers. Maybe we need to look at some things in our tier 2 intervention. We need to look at our family engagement nights. Maybe we need to re-engage the whole entire family. Title II, you could do student at-risk offices. Yes, they have those. Yes, they do. It's in Savannah. If you haven't been, it's fantastic. Or maybe some student at-risk book studies. All of that stuff can be paid for out of your federal funds. Right back into the things that are in your SSR. So for those, if you're a GIMS user, you need to ignore me for a minute. So if you use GIMS for your strategic planning, ignore me for a minute. But this is what a plan sort of looks like. This is the strategy page. There's a goal up top, and then there are activities that you have to put in to help you meet that goal. This is where it ties in. This is where those sweet little principals are going to put that information. So for example, let's go down to number 3. Reading and math intervention is providing tier 2 small group intervention. That's roughly going to be $95,000. We're going to monitor that through our intervention rosters and schedules. We're going to progress monitor with our data results. We're also going to purchase them. They got to be purchased, right? Got to hire them. Our spreadsheet. One of them costs $47.5. Get 2 together, you get $95. All you have to do is put in estimated cost. It does not have to be for my side of the house. When things are turned in, it doesn't have to be real numbers, just a ballpark. So when they come back in June and you tell them to put it in the GIMS, they already have it. All they have to do is finalize those little itty bitty numbers in there. Then whatever they didn't get accomplished stays in the parking lot. What questions do we have? I gave you an hour-and-a-half presentation, probably in about 30 minutes. Yes, we do this in an hour and a half. Yes, we can come out to your districts. How many of you have had us come out? All right, so those are the folks you need to talk to. Oh, you need to speak to them, ask them how it goes. Is it a hard conversation? Yes, it is. People gonna be uncomfortable? Yes, they are. We go to queso and margaritas afterwards? Absolutely. Queso and margaritas is amazing. But if we want to improve student achievement, then we have to start at the very beginning. As Maria says in The Sound of Music, because it's a very good place to start. We have to start with our strategic planning and using these funds. Plan those funds, not plan them out. Use that strategic plan. Fund the plan. This is what she's referring to. And it does make a big difference. How do I know? Because I did it. I went from below average to good because I changed the way we thought about things. It made my life entirely easier because it was a marathon and not a sprint. Because we thought strategically and because we had deep conversations, that student achievement went the way it was supposed to go. That's what's supposed to happen. What questions do we have? All right.
For the teacher administrator quality example, where you have 30 days for data days, I know that we're not allowed, it's not allowable for us to use Title II or any funding thing to do pacing guides, but if you structured your data days as it states here and built a pacing guide on that, would it be allowable? Would that be allowable?
Going to defer to my Title I group on allowability.
I think I'd rather have a sideline conversation about what it would all look like before I say yes or no, but definitely innovative. We can talk about it for sure.
What other questions? We'll hang out for a little bit, probably through the first break. So if you need to have a conversation with me, I'll be in the back, holding up the wall. Okay. All right, folks, that's my story and I'm sticking to it, turning it back over to Jennifer.
Thank you, CR. We're gonna take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back together and reconvene. Thank you.
So for several years, I've been asked to make maintenance effort interesting. I'm still trying to do that. It's dry as well. But I did find out last year how to make it interesting. But before I tell you the secret, is I want to introduce our monitoring team. So stand up. I have the privilege of working with this consolidated oversight monitoring team, trying to figure out our superpowers. Still trying to figure it out. I think we are what, compliance detectives? Okay. We are similar to Jennifer. We are kind of analysts, but why sit down, buddy? Great. It's hard to find good help nowadays. We have Daniel Ashley, our newest member. We have Clint Palmer in the back, and the one and only Peggy Scott. And I'm Dr. Drake King. I'm an antique here. I'm in the pre-fossilization stage, but I've been around about 12 years, living in this department. So, any ideas on how to make maintenance effort interesting? You don't need it. It is very interesting as you want to work with the USCD, superintendent, trying to apply a waiver. So, you don't want it to be interesting. Trust me. If you're brand new, never done maintenance effort, do it once a year. As Jennifer stated, it's going to take several years to get used to. Maintenance effort and comparability are tied hand in hand with supplement not supplement. Who's not familiar with supplement not supplement? No hands. If you're not sure, call. That is the foundation for this. Maintenance effort is a physical requirement, physical test. Comparability is a test of person. They all deal with supplements. That's what they're based on. You see a three-legged stool on the screen. What happens if one of those legs broke? Stool flat. You have to have all foundation. Supplement not supplant, comparability, maintenance effort. I'm going to throw inventory in there. Are topics that I will usually arrange a phone call with you if you have questions. If you haven't had any group guidance yet with any of those, you will. Better time. Off events. It is easy to get way too complicated to go back and forth. Half an hour, 11, 20. These basically ensure that federal funds are used by extra or supplemental programs, not just plan or replace state funds. We're going to start with maintenance of effort. Maintenance effort is a federal requirement that requires grant recipients and or subrecipients to maintain a certain level of state and local fiscal effort to be eligible for full participation in federal grant funding. Meaning that year over year, you're consistent with spending state and local dollars to provide children quality education. Keyword is consistent. There is a document that it's non-regulatory fiscal guidance. I wish I could make it part. Google it, it's on my link at the end of the slides. You should read it, print it, take, I'm old school, I like to print and take notes. You're only gonna do these things once a year. Take a lot of it from here. Maintenance effort comparability are your responsibility. You don't do it. Maintenance effort from the finance department, comparability comes out of HR and get work with others to accomplish. I'm a pacer. I'm much more comfortable in front of a spreadsheet. So I will pace. That way I don't explode. Maintenance effort is a test of equity. It requires LEAs to demonstrate that the level of state funding and local funding remains relatively constant from year to year. LEA may receive title and funding only if they have maintained the fiscal effort. I'm gonna get hung up for a second on the second bullet. In the non-regulatory fiscal guidance, about 30 times the word consistent or derivation consistency is used. Maintenance effort does not, should not spike. There's about half a dozen districts right now who have a huge gain in their current previous. It's gonna be part of as we've all seen the last 6-7 years, my recommendation is to decrease it. It makes sense to go further along, give yourself some. If your maintenance effort per pupil last year was $10,000, and was just put in the plan is 15,000, that's a huge increase. There's about half a dozen differences. The way you do that is you plan. Starting now. Starting in gyms. For the most part, they're planning for this. Purpose, we've already touched on this. It's supplemental. The minimum education all students receive. Future subrecipient of federal grant funds does not spend those funds in place of state and local dollars or supplanting. Ensure that the subrecipient spends the state and local funds for the same activities that were provided at federal dollars. What does beat mean? Within 90% of what you did in the previous year. Maintenance effort, accountability, and that you receive. Nice of me. This example is convoluted. Let's make it a little simple. Your maintenance effort per student is $10,000. You're about 10% above it. There's 10,000 last year. What's have to be in the plan to get ready? You just admitted. 9,000. 9,000 is 90%. You met maintenance effort. What happens if it's 8,000? Last year's 10,000. Did you meet maintenance effort? Math test. How much is 80% or 8,000 short of mine? 11%. One of the penalties that may occur is your ESSA funding. I'm not saying I don't want your ESSA funding. They refuse. You know, do the math. It's 25. waivers. Get in that a little bit. Do I have your attention now? This is where it gets interesting. You're sitting in front of your superintendent saying, well, I'm just letting it sit up. That's interesting. Isn't it? And your superintendent's waiting on a call. You know what? Let's just keep it. Quiet mind. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Maintenance efforts based on the 2 previous years. Because we have to use audited financial. On your JEF application, right now, it should read 25 under step 3, 24 under step 4. Please review it. Already noticing a couple that have not done that, on one extra year. I've been over the 90%. Any questions on the 90%, the 10% buffer? Clear as mud, right? All right. You can increase it. If your MOE is $10,000 per student and you go up to 11,000, that's fine. Well, these are real numbers. There's a half dozen districts that was 10,000 last year. And now they said one said 17, somewhere 15. That's if you made it, that's no worries. But you got to meet that again next year. That 15,000, you got to come up with 90% of them a year from now. That's where it gets challenging. That's correct. Thank you. All right. We'll go on to the next slide. One thing I noticed, reviewing these yesterday, the slides got split up. End of maintenance efforts at so we're going to fast forward real quick. Give you all a sneak peek. This is your maintenance effort. A screenshot from Jim. Y'all seen that? This is a spreadsheet data comes from. Same data, just a little different look. Under ESSA, you're granted a free waiver once every 5 years. You can also be granted a standard waiver that cannot get taken away. We will always apply for the standard waiver first. We did this last year. Ready to do it again. Another district this year. Why do we do that? Because if the standard waiver is turned down, we have a free waiver for it. Takes a little bit of time. Your Title I allocation will not be released until we receive a decision from the USCD. And I thought, you do not get your Title I funding. USCD is down about 80% of that. It's going to take a little. If you do not meet your maintenance effort and you use a free waiver, and a second waiver, then the penalty will be set. We have no authority to waive the maintenance effort. We will work with you, and your superintendent for the waiver process. We will submit it. We'll go back and forth, and we're in the same waiting game as well. Maintenance effort may be waived for exceptional and uncontrollable circumstances, such as natural disaster. COVID does not count. COVID is past routine. One district has a family call for their school. That was accepted. Except this unforeseen decline in financial resources for a change in organizational structure. If the superintendent, finance director, HR director, involved. But those are the penalties. Tips for any advice. Don't reinvent the wheel, use the same spreadsheet. If I'm working with you, try and, determine why you're not meeting maintenance after, or required to be in that same spreadsheet in Excel. On track, PDF format. So use custom forms. There's that word again, keep everything consistent from year to year. And that requires planning. If you hear talk about a new building project, huge capital outlay, that would go off the finance staff. Do you have any control over a new school building? No. Be aware of it, talk to your finance director. That we've got to run some simulations and figure out what we need. Large capital outlays. Review in July, January. Review sometime, a couple times a year with the finance director. National. Big question. Anybody have? This comparability inventory, I will quote my colleague, the CR Hall. Help us help you. Don't be afraid to call. Afraid to email. Here, for your patient, we don't care. We're here to help. Don't let it get out. Monitoring team, finance applications team. We're here. Now, go back. Comparability. We just reviewed a physical test, financial test of finance effort. Now we're going to look at fairness and staffing. Required every year you accept Title I funding. Take your set of taxes, we do. 4 dates needs to be completed by November 15th. You must be comparable by January 5th. These are our deadlines, not a reason for that. As Jennifer said, you blank, you'll be doing next year's application. November 15th, the holidays right after that. It can take you a month or two to come out. Meantime. These need to be emailed to me. I'll review them. Any issues with that? There are some exemptions, possibly. The key with any exemption, they're never granted in perpetuity, except for a couple, because the focus of the USCD is they want each and every district to be comparable. They have seated them. You need worksheet, you need explanations on the side. But if you have one scope of grades, can you run comparability? Why not? There ain't nothing to compare it to. Comparability is ensuring fairness of staff range from a Title I school to a non-Title I. Our schools, you have a K-5, 6, 8, 9, 12. There's nothing to compare it to. One large school and one smaller school. If you have a K-5 school, 3 K-5 schools, one has a membership of 200, another's 500, another's 11. Can you compare it? You have to try. You've got to try. You have 3 entirely different economies. Chances are they will not be. Not bring to that. You have to try. And you've got to see the notes, show that you tried, and an explanation. So basically, your K-5 is 500 students. Here's one twice the size of one below. One. That's the 250/200 rule. One with 100 is less than 50% of the size of the one with 500. That's where they get that from. But you still have to try. Now we'll work with everybody when you turn that exhibit. Timeline, we're not going to go over that. It is a year-end thing, similar to what the CR showed you. regarding the SSR plan. Review this, districts have it printed out. It's very helpful. Again, year-round plan, it's a planning issue. There are 8 different comparability tests. This pandemic, I've worked through 70% of the districts comparability. 2 tests. One is FTEs, one's financial. And there's several variations on each one. We use the student teacher ratio. I can tell you from the pandemic, it works out best for the state. But cannot achieve accountability that well work with the other. Required data, district-wide salary schedule, this is where you give it to HR. District policy to ensure equivalence staff as part of the internal control. And district policy to ensure equivalence in materials and supplies. That's been brought up before with Monica King. First thing we look at when Monica internal control. We will spend up to a week each district reviewing, make sure they're intact. Make sure you follow your control. That's critical. Okay. Next few slides are the eligible employees. That's count. Student count and the teacher HR reports have to be run on the same day. That is negative report. That's the first thing I look for. Probably I'll kick back over 10% of them. They run on 7 days, I not accept. Don't have to calculate the same day reports, but the reports have to be run the same. Very Title I schools by grade span certain. So if you got a K2 and a 3-5, then you have a K5 preschool, and they be here. Yes, you combine on paper the K2 and the 3-5 and the K5. Get 2 K5 schools. You can't combine grade levels. Again, USC wants to see that. In Montessori schools, third question. Most of the time, they're going to be exempt. They're entirely, they blow the model right out of the book. But you have to try. USC, even a Montessori school wants to see you try. What happens if you're all Title I schools? Can you run comparability? I see a yes. This most, you use the lowest poverty school as your non-Title I school. And you compare that to your highest poverty school. Do not count 3 or 4-year-olds. Why is that? When Title I came out, you did not have Head Start. Everything changed. You exclude 3 and 4-year-olds. That'd be a complicated answer, didn't it? Source data. I'm an Excel junkie as well. When I review this, I have to see the HO. Even if they're redacted with sensitive information. I also like to see if you export it into Excel, which is back, if there's errors. But we have to see source data. Social Security numbers, salaries, instructional, non-instructional. Calculation, I created a spreadsheet, it's pretty nifty. You'll want to email it to me. I can't post it on the website because it's not accessible. But I can email it to you. And it will calculate the, percentages, so you can play with the numbers and try and get experts that pretty well. Here's a sample spreadsheet, to see something similar. Again, email spreadsheet, these things, these people leaders, explain. So if you're not comfortable, get just funding source, just where your HR and finance people come in. I use another method, trying to fully approach it. Very physically move person. It's not easy. You're going to get to come. The perfect record and mistake. We will get you. All right, here's the, I call it required reading. So links are live. This is good here. You will need some strong scope. I'm on my third sip, so I'm gonna work out. This is good. It'll take 7 years. You do this once a year. Not be used to it anytime soon. To be very hard. But, read this. Be familiar. Take notes. It is really it's foundational. Any questions? Thank you, folks.
So Greg was describing two of the three physical legs. One of them we look closely at, my team looks closely at within the GEMS application, supplement not supplant, but their team looks at MOE a little more closely along with comparability. So that's kind of the split for the point of contact that you would call for which of the three you're looking at. Before I move into the next, I want to welcome Jules Stanley, our director. She has joined us. I told you that she'd be in and out, so there's the way. All right, I'm going to talk briefly about supplement not supplant. Within Title I, we will be talking about the district level piece versus the school-wide piece for supplement not supplant. The district level piece of Title I holds to the old supplement not supplant. So one of the best ways to think about that is that Title I is supposed to come on top of what you're already providing, okay? That is the easiest way to think about it if you are brand new to Title I. If you're doing Title II, Title IV, REAP, any of that, it's the same. It's the old supplement, not supplant. We want to make sure that we are supplementing, not supplanting what the district is already supposed to do. So the third bullet there states it very well. The bottom line is to look at state and local funding of schools, and in the absence of federal funding, and determine if the schools are receiving funding or resources equitably. Okay, so are they getting what they're supposed to get before we come on top? That being said, all of this kind of winds up in the related documents section of the GEMS application for Title I. So one of the first places that I look when I get ready to review a plan, I move into the related document section and I go ahead and just begin reading, right? So I pull up the district's supplement not supplant methodology, and I start looking at like ratios for class size ratios, and I start thinking, okay, is Title I going to reduce class size? And if that is the case, let me go ahead and say, okay, are they 1 to 25? Are they 1 to 30? What is it? And I start looking for those pieces of the puzzle. So that methodology can being composed of several pieces. And so we have actually put some document examples in these slides for you as to what it can look like within the GEMS application. And when we're looking at staffing and all of these things, we have that thought in mind. Are we coming on top of? So let's just say in practicality, if you are reducing class size and I see that it's a 1:25 ratio, well, your GEMS activity would list that out. You need to tell me what is the class size before bringing on a teacher and what is it after. Okay, and then I go back into the related documents and I pull it up to see, have you met your own staffing standards, your own ratios before putting in the additional teacher? Okay, so keep in mind that sometimes the district's ratio will not be the same as the state's. Yours might be a little more restrictive. And if that is the case, you may get a comment from one of us that says like, okay, be reminded that you have to meet your own before letting Title I come on top of it. When you think about this in the other grants, let's just say we're talking about Title II, and you want to do an activity. A question that you need to keep in mind is, how was this paid for before? Has this been paid from state and local funds before? If so, why is it not going to be paid for now? That's one of the first questions that we will ask. Why is the title now all of a sudden needing to pick it up? If you're going from federal to federal, there's oftentimes not a problem, but just picking up something that the district has already been used to paying for and then letting Title I pick up, sometimes we get into some issues and we have to have conversations. So this is an example of where you would put that upload within the GEMS plan. Let me talk about MOE for just a minute in terms of the GEMS applications for Title I versus what the monitoring team is looking at for MOE. My team is going to go to the sections page. That's the landing page for Title I. We're going to go down to the MOE link. When we go in there, you know what words we're looking for? Met MOE. We're also looking at dates in there, but all those other numbers and figures that finance is giving you to drop in, or they're dropping in, that's going over to Greg King and that team over there. So they kind of get really in the weeds with all the rest of what's on that link. And then my team handles all the other information in the rest of the links within the GEMS application. After lunch, we are going to get into the reservations for Title I. What are they? What is a reservation? It's just what that word means. Money that has to be reserved for specific things. And Title I has about 3 of those. You have to pull money into certain reservations before you start distributing it out, that was a mouthful, to the school wise. And so what we will do is, after we come back from lunch, we're going to dive into those reservations. Parent-family engagement, equitable services, we're going to kind of talk through each of those, what it looks like in the GEMS application and what does allowability look like for all of that. So somebody give me time. Is it 11?
Good afternoon. Hey. How y'all? Everybody good? Did you enjoy lunch? At least to walk away for a while, to warm up a little bit. It's always good to review that stuff. I am Theresa Gracie. I am over the Equitable Services, and this is what we're going to cover right now. Of course, if you have any questions while I'm going through something, please feel free to stop me. I shall address it for you. And if not, and if you want to have a private conversation, we can do that as well. All righty, let's go ahead and get started. Let's talk about the history of equitable services. It was actually established in 1965 under the Elementary and Secondary Education. They did have a reauthorization in 2002, which was under the No Child Left Behind. Reauthorizing again in 2015 under the Every Student Succeeds Act, which is where it stands at this point right now. And of course, you know that it requires you as the LEA to make sure that you're providing services to every private school student according to federal guidelines. Under Title I, your purpose is to make sure that you are going to give the educational services and benefits to all eligible students that attend private schools, and as well as teachers. And this is federal law, and it's under ESSA Title I, Section 1117. And you can always pull this up and refer to this because it's always a good thing to know where your info, where your guidance is coming from. The Title VIII you see up here, the purpose. The Title VIII is Title VIII Part F. It is not a separate title that you would consider. It has a group of titles, and I'm going to cover that in a few minutes to let you know what is under Title VIII Part F. But under this one as well, you're going to be required as the LEA to make sure that you're providing what you need for every student that attends private schools, the officials, the children's benefits for benefits and educators with service on other benefits that are equitable services to those that provide to the eligible private school children and educators. When I was speaking about Title VIII Part F, you see this, the little bullets. These are the sections that are actually covered under Title VIII Part F. The Title I Part C, which is your education non-migratory children. Title II Part A, you're familiar with that as far as Title III Part A, your English language acquisition. Title IV Part A, Title IV Part B, and Title IV Part F. So you're going to have guidance that is given from the federal government, and it will say Title VIII Part F, but this will contain all the information you will need for the titles that are listed there. You need to understand that the general rule is that all children that attend private schools can be eligible to participate. The private schools must be nonprofit, and it is your responsibility as the LEA to verify that they are nonprofit. Here's a list of your responsibilities. You need to make sure that you are identifying all of the private schools within your area. For Title I, you will actually go outside of the geographical area of your district. Okay, let's have a brain freeze after lunch today. I want you all to make sure that it's only Title I that you're going outside of your district to obtain any type of eligibility for students. These students must live in the Title I attendance area in your district in order for them to qualify. We need to make sure you're reaching out to all of the private schools in your boundaries for Title VIII Part F. Invitations need to be sent to attend meetings. You need to make sure you're being specific with them when you're going to have your meetings, deadlines for the meetings. All of that needs to be included in this lovely letter that you need to send out as an invitation. Making sure that you verify your physical locations of the schools. Be familiar with what schools are in your area. These private schools should be coming to the district office and speaking to you, because the only thing the state of South Carolina requires that they do is come and let the superintendent, basically, that they are within your district. And you really should be keeping up with that, and of course sending to me so I can add it to a list that we have to verify to show you what schools we have within the state of South Carolina, the private schools it is. Make sure that you're listing all of your services for them. Make sure you're doing specific deadlines for them, and it's very important for you to do deadlines, because that's the only way. If they're not responding, you can move on what you need to move on. But we have to do due diligence and make sure that they are being contacted and they have the opportunity to respond to you. And it's always important for you to maintain ongoing communication with your private schools. that little reminder at the bottom, at one point, we did have this issue, and it comes to a head every now and then. About a 25-mile radius, there is no such thing. So please, if anyone has told you that in the past, eliminate that from your memory, hit the delete button, because it does not exist. It's always within the geographical boundaries for Title 8, Part F, geographical boundaries, and outside on Title 1. Any questions so far? I am your ombudsman, and here's a list of my responsibilities. I'm really not reading through all of that, but I am the liaison between you and the private schools. Any issues that you may have, or you may need assistance with questions that you have, I'm the one that you need to come to. We have to make sure that we are doing a consultation with all of your private schools. Now, your consultation is basically going to occur if they state to you that I do want to participate in either of the grants. Make sure, and of course you got the slide so you can see this. I know it's a little tiny up there. We're doing timely and meaningful. That's one of my favorite phrases, timely and meaningful, as the ombudsman, because we have to make sure that we're giving these private schools what they need, like you would do all of your public schools within your district. You can take the time to read through all of this, but you know, we're seeing that there's pooling of funds. We need to have private schools, the needs assessments, they need to have, you need to take the time to make sure that you're going to provide the services to them in an adequate enough time and according to what kind of timing you have for your district. Because all the services that should be provided to a private school will be done at the same time that you do it for your public school. Okay. All right, consultation for both Title I, Part A, and Title 8, Part F. It's going to be the same. You're going to make sure that you're meeting the children's needs. You're going to make sure the how, where, by whom services will be provided. The time of day for provision of services. That list is what you need to be considered. And actually, the list is actually on this slide as well. One and the same. But make sure that you're doing that for both parts of all of the grants that they want to participate in. The additional topics that you have, administrative costs, which Jennifer spoke about, what we're going to be talking about, indirect costs, services and activities for teachers and participating private school students, and of course, the transferring of funds. If you are transferring funds, you want to send your Title 4 to Title 1, which I don't know, but if you do that, and this particular private school has expressed the interest of participating in Title 4, you need to make sure that you inform them that you're transferring your funds to Title 4. You do not make a special provision for a private school if you are transferring 100% of your funds to another grant. If you are keeping funds in that grant and not transferring the entire amount, the entire amount, you are required to get offer the services if they want to participate. Sure. We need to make sure that if you keep portion of your Title 4, for example, and don't transfer everything to Title 1, that private school, whatever portion you're keeping, should be offered what's left in the Title 4. If you're doing 100% Title 4, then you don't have to worry about the transfer. Everything is done. Let's talk about the civil rights certificate. Within some information that we had with Bruman when they were doing the review of the private schools, paperwork that's been required. If you are or have been adding the civil rights certificate in your paperwork or documentation, please stop at this time. Do not include this any longer. If you did it during this time for your your 27 titles, please remove it from the paperwork. We should not be asking private schools to do any type of certification like this. Is no longer required, and we should not be putting it in there because we can get into situations where we could be held accountable for this. And we did have an episode to come up happen about this. And we don't want that to happen again. So please, just take it out of there and remove it and don't put it back in there at any time in the future. All right. Our Jim is gonna come and speak about private schools.
Hey, y'all. I'm Leslie Blows and, you help out with gyms, but I also read several plans. But I'm gonna be popping in and out today, and kind of walking you through our approval process. And this will hopefully give you a little glimpse into what we do, and what we're looking for. So, when we send from the back, you're not like, what? Or when you send it the first time, hopefully it comes through exactly the way we're looking for it. So we have a checklist that we use to review your plans, and that helps keep all of us accountable in our area because, several of us read several different counties. And we want to make sure districts that we are, doing the same thing, we have the same expectations. So, with private schools, we look for a couple things. So, this is your private school page in your Title I GEMS application. So we're looking that you have listed all the private schools that are in your geographical boundary, except for in Title I. You gotta go outside your geographical boundary. If you know that you have students that are going to a school that's right outside, so let's go ahead and use one local. So if I'm Richland 1 and I know that Cardinal Newman that resides in Richland 2 has some of my students, I've got to reach out to Cardinal Newman because they have some students. And don't worry, they'll let you know. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Well, they can't. They can't accept federal funds for private education. Most of them don't. Most of them will say like, I'm working with this district. But yes, they can. Because it's only the students that are tracking, right? So, they should only be reporting the students that are in your district. So that the funds will follow those students. Yep. Good question. So we're looking for all of your schools. Sometimes I'll even, poke at you and be like, hey, I heard about this new school in your district. Have you reached out to them? Tell me what the deal is with that. And sometimes we go and look at last year's plan. See if you've got the same schools. We might ask a question and you might go like, they closed, which happens. So we do flip back and forth to make sure that you are doing your due diligence. We also sit down and look at your documentation. So if you have a school represented in the documentation, I'm going to expect to see it on this beautiful private school page. So you're listing all of it, whether they're participating or not. So at the top, those are my ones that are not participating, or hey, I didn't hear anything from them. I gave them a deadline and that they didn't return anything. At the bottom, the next part, those are the ones that have elected to receive services. They'll tell you which titles they want to go with. So we don't see a super large amount in Title I because there's all those strings attached, right? But we do have private schools that like that funding. And you put in the enrollment number that they have of the students that are in your district. And then GEMS is magical, it calculates everything for you. In addition to that, go on to the next page. And I'm going to talk about related documents in a minute. This is the same situation. So the last one was from a different title. So this is your actual Title I. Go on to the next one. All right. In addition to GEMS being magical, it breaks out your allocation that you're giving to your private school. And one of the things that you need to make sure that you are attending to is that little bit of section about parent-family engagement. The parent-family engagement, just like it's required for you, it's required for them to spend a portion of their allocation on parent-family engagement too. So when we're reviewing your plans, we should see some kind of activity put at the, private school level that is tied to parent and family engagement. All right. And then the last thing I want to talk to you about is private school documentation. So as I said, we open up your documentation and look at it. So we're looking for those little green labels to show that you sent them. We are looking for the forms that you sent. We're looking for the responses that you received back. And I know that we're asking you to upload this in every application, but it's because you're reaching out to them for every application. And so just like it's easier for us to just, well, not just like, it's easier for us to have the documentation right there in the same application instead of having to go and find it in a different one. Maybe you haven't turned in your Title II yet where it was expected. And so I'm like, I don't know. So that's why we asked you to do it. So just, save the big file, PDF with all your documentation in it and upload it for us. The other, the other thing is I'm going to check to see that the ones that have checked that they're going to participate, they're actually have been listed as participating. We're just looking for all that stuff, the stuff that you need to do. And then the last one is the affirmation and consultation form. You only have to fill that out if they are participating in that grant. So if you're working in Title I and you only have private schools that are participating in Title II, I don't need to see that affirmation form because nobody's participating in Title I. I only need to see it in Title II.
You. All right, equitable services, the resources that we have. Our website, and thanks to Eric, let's give Eric a round of applause in here. He has been so gracious as to work with me to make sure that we have our own little area as soon as you like come in up under the website and the SCBE website under the Federal Education Programs tab. My little section does have the equitable services, and if you notice those 3 active activities that you can click on immediately are your federal guidance for Title I, and it's the federal guidance for Title 8 Part F, and then you have the actual affirmation of consultation. So it comes immediately up there, and you don't have to go in, but you can go in there because we do have other information for you available. Again, this is the guidance that you need to be familiar with. Make sure that you are looking at the revised ones that were sent out in 2023. Those are the most current. If you have anything before that date, please make sure you are destroying them because they're no longer good. We have all the updates, but they have all the updates in there. Real brief, real quick. Any questions at all from anybody? Of course, I am always available for you. There is my email address, phone number, and of course the equitable services email box that we have set up for you to send your affirmations to, because I do have to keep these on file. It is a requirement, federal requirement, not only that you complete them, I have to make sure that they're filed from each district. If you don't have any other questions, thank you.
Okay. Like Teresa has covered equitable services, so I'm going to take a few minutes to talk about some of the other reservations, and you'll see Leslie and I kind of pass the mic back and forth here in this next section. All right, so we'll talk for just a minute about, let's just pretend that you're going into the GEMS application and you are on the link called LEA set-asides, okay? When you get to that section, that landing page, you have to think about what are we going to do at the district level. And there most of the time you will fill out that information first, and then whatever money is left, you push it out to the school-wide plans. So let's talk about some of the reservations from the district level set aside. Parent-family engagement. This has to be 1% of the current year allocation, reserved. And notice the next piece, 90% of the 1% must go out to the Title I schools. Now, GEMS has that set up, and in a minute, you'll see a snapshot of what that looks like in GEMS. But it will help you understand like how much money is in those sections, and you'll check to make sure that you are reserving the appropriate amount, and then that you are sending most of it out to the schools to do some parent-family engagement out with parents, right? Okay, we also have a homeless set aside. Notice the word must. The district must set aside funding for homeless. This does not mean that this is a place to park money or to hold money. Back many years ago, we did do that when we had to like do some calculations and figure out how much carryover we were going to do going into year 2. We don't do that anymore. Now the grant is just open for 2 years. And so this box sitting on that page, the LEA set-asides page, you actually use for what you're going to do for homeless, okay? There you really need to figure out how many children that involves in your district, what their needs are. Go ahead and budget appropriately for that. Can that be amended later? Absolutely. Okay, but when we take a look at what is there, we do think about reasonableness. You know, does what you're setting aside money-wise match the amount of kids that you actually have? You know, so put that hat on when you're thinking about the homeless reservation. You are not required to do the 1% if your entire allocation is less than $500,000. I'm going to let Leslie talk about parent-family engagement for just a moment.
All right, so in addition to GEMS, whatever, I also do parent and family engagement. We have a lovely parent and family engagement coordinator roundtable that takes place multiple times throughout the year. So if you have a parent and family engagement liaison at your district, or maybe that's you, and you are not a part of our listserv, please come see me so I can get you added so that you get all of our communication as of right now, because we just rolled in July, right? So I've got 15 email names that are being watched on our listserv, which means that those people have probably left the district. So please make sure that you are on our listserv. Like I said, we have roundtables that gives you up-to-date information about parent-family engagements and strategic ideas. We pull in people to share their expertise as well as best practices. So it's a great resource. So with your parent and family engagement, you are required to upload your parent and family engagement policy that is the district level policy. So that could be your plan, your policy, that those words interchange. That gets uploaded in your related documents. And that is because it's a requirement by law. So you have to turn it in for us to review. In addition to you having a policy district level, your schools also should have a plan policy in place at their schools. They should be holding meetings. They should be gathering input from their families on how your Title I money is being spent. Not just on parent-family engagement, period. How that school's Title I money is being spent. So we try to get you to kind of go outside the box a little bit with your parent and family engagement. So we know that family nights are awesome. We know that sometimes we need to feed. So some light refreshments, that's the word that we like to use. But that really what I'm looking for is a reasonable amount being spent on food before an event. Like the food should not be our driving force and what we're spending our parent family engagement money on. So, like I said, light refreshments for events is fine. But be mindful in what you're doing with your events. Gather feedback from your families after the events. I don't know, gather feedback from families before the events, at the beginning of the school year. What do they need? What help do they need? What would be helpful for them? What time of day would be great for them? Really use your families to help drive what you're doing, because I've worked at a school before where we held parent events because we were required to hold parent events and hardly anybody showed up. So are we getting our bang for our buck? Nope. It's all about making parents partners, not just, dropping their kids off at school. So as an LEA, you are required to ensure that the activities and strategies need to include at least one of these. So that it's supporting parent-family engagement PD for LEAs in schools. This is at the district level. That it's supporting programs that reach parents at home, in communities and schools. That I'm disseminating information on best practices focused on parent-family engagement, or I'm collaborating or providing applications to schools to collaborate with community-based organizations that have a record of success of increasing parent and family engagement. These are some resources for you. So we have a South Carolina parent and family school requirement document for you to review, so you know that the schools are doing everything that's required by law. And then they updated the Title I Parent and Family Engagement Non-Regulatory Guidance about last January. So if you've not taken a gander at that, make sure that that's the one that you're using. All right, so here we are in GEMS. I'm going to talk to you specifically about parent and engagement, and then I'm going to call up some of my friends to come talk to you about homeless. But as Jennifer said, you're required to set aside at least 1% of your allocation, your total allocation for parent and family engagement. Of that 1%, we should see about 90% or more coming from the schools. We want to see the schools using the money to host their parent and family engagement events, whatever they are, support for parent and family engagement, because they should know what their specific parents need, right? So GEMS breaks it out for you. It tells you your total allocation. It tells you what 1% of that allocation would be. It tells you what 90% of that 1% should be. And then it pulls from your budget all the school level parent and family engagement activities that are tagged under budget code 188. And it tells us exactly how much money is coming from the schools. Now, you may say, but we serve every school in our district. And we like to do a lot of things at the district level. We host parent events all together. And that's fine. However, we really are pushing you to kind of think outside the box a little bit, besides just doing things everything at the district level and getting stuff into schools. If you're new to the role, if you're not new to the role, we try to encourage you to push everything out to the schools anyways. So if you're buying supplies at the LEA level, shouldn't be happening unless it's for you. You should not be purchasing anything that you're sending out to the schools at the LEA level. So why not go ahead and make that allocation out to the schools so they can spend it the way that they know they need to spend it. Questions about parent and family engagement? If I see that you're reserving a whole lot, or one of my colleagues sees that you're reserving a whole lot, and then we don't see the full 90% coming from the schools, so we're going to ask questions. And you might have a really good answer, and you'll be like, okay. But I will challenge you to rethink it for the next year. Okay, my lovely friends from, I don't even know what your team name is right now, SAS, are gonna come up. So, we have Burley Wright and Kim Humphrey, and they are our McKinney-Vento gurus.
Thanks, everybody. Great to be here. I'm Burley Wright,
Kim Humphrey.
in case you didn't know. But just, what I was thinking about a word when we come to have set aside, and Jennifer said reasonable, and I want to say one more word, sufficient. Sufficient to take care of the needs of your McKinney-Vento students within your district, and also in looking and coordinating with your McKinney-Vento liaison, and for some of you, that is you. So coordinating with yourself and thinking about the program holistically and how to provide the needs for your students in the district. And it can be done in multiple ways. You can look at it in a per pupil amount. You can look at it in another, whole dollar amount. But again, sufficiency to take care of the needs of your students, your district, and every district is different. And also taking into account community resources, connect with your liaison. Many of them have completed their 2026 needs assessment. Some of them will be doing that in the fall. So it's really a great time for a conversation, either with yourself or another individual. And I let Kim jump in as well.
Yeah, I think that the needs assessment is probably one of the most helpful things for you. If you're needing to kind of see it concrete, what's the programs have, what they don't have. The one thing I do want to talk to specifically to the districts that don't have our subgrant. We have 40 LEAs that do have our subgrant, and so that means they have extra, federal funds to serve their students. There's also about 40 districts that don't have that. And so if you're one of those districts that don't get the subgrant, this is one of your major ways to serve your students. So we would say it's important for all of you, but especially important for those districts that don't have our subgrant. And then just because I do have two roles that I play, both foster care and McKinney-Vento, that last bullet is really important. Foster care transportation cannot be part of your McKinney-Vento set aside. It's a big no-no. They're two separate programs. The good news though, is if you're a district that's needing financial assistance for your students in foster care, you can create an additional set aside. It is not required, but from someone that is part of the foster care program, I would encourage you to talk to your foster care point of contact, which also might be yourself, to see if that's needed at your district. And so I don't know if we're taking questions or anything. Any questions or comments?
Yes, we did not mention the document. There is a document around some allowability, so that might be some of the questions about what services and things are allowable. There is a document. I don't know. We can certainly share it. I don't know if it's already been shared, but we can share that document that we created at state level. If you have any questions about allowability, connect with your Title I program manager, and they can help you out and connect with myself or with Kim too. So we're here to troubleshoot and to think through it. And even if it's with this too, I want to encourage you to think outside the box. Think beyond that backpack. Kids do need backpacks, but where else can you get those backpacks? Think outside the box a little bit, because backpacks can be donated. Backpacks are donated. We know that. We see that all the time, back to school drops. So think about those, think outside the box. And don't just put school supplies and hygiene products. Those are needed, but what else is needed to keep that kid in school safe and stable in his or her educational environment? And what additional services? Do they need tutoring? Do they need eyeglasses? Think outside the box. Thank Do you want to speak to it by anything? On the document, oh, y'all are putting me to the test.
Some mental health services, so a lot of, different, we could go through all of the different medical, but like vision, actual doctor's appointments, physicals, things that, they would need. Also, you said tutoring, after-school programs, transportation technically can be put in the set aside. Again, one of those things where you're kind of not using it all for transportation. We need to think about it.
Lexington one, Karen, are you? Okay, anyway, so like, would be a good example of using, the Title I set aside with mental health services, a great connection, which supports the overall health of that McKinney-Vento student.
Yeah, so with transportation, you have to be a little strategic with that, so we can't use gift cards to reimburse for gas. But you can pay for the transportation, to get parents to meetings and things like that. You have a little more flexibility in the sub-grant. You can purchase cap and gowns. I'm not purchasing yearbooks though, things that, the students would need, for academics. So, cap and gowns are required for graduation, so you can purchase those. Yeah, so anything for school readiness, for your early childhood, as well as, we've mentioned, or we talked about washers and dryers. So, those aren't necessarily, tied to academics, except for the fact that those kids need clean clothes to be at school, right? And to be able to fully focus while they're in school. And not worry about, being picked on or any of those other things. So, detergent, like you said. So, just think about the items that they really need to be successful at school. And like I said, if you come up with something new, that you want to run by us, then just reach out to your program manager.
If you have questions, reach out to your program manager.
Well, someone said sleeping bags and.
Under
Food, emergency food.
Yeah, and yes. Yeah. Like, this is, case specific, every situation is different, but we've seen a treatment for lice have to come through Title I set aside, because that's how that student is able to get back into the school program. So again, the best thing to do is if you have any questions to reach out to that program manager, and, or connect with Kim and I and to troubleshoot it all together. Washers and dryers. I know, we have allowed that under EHCY. I am personally not aware of a situation under Title I set aside that it was allowed, but I know it's been allowed under EHCY. So I think that may be, so EHCY, we have that's with our sub-grant, so not necessarily set aside. Detergent though. Yep. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry, school uniforms, yes. We've not had that one come across our desk, so I think we just need to talk about it. Yeah, so yes. We need to talk about it as in generalizing. Okay, thank you guys.
Getting to see a lot of points of contact today. Very good. All right, so let's switch our mind back to that GEMS page of LEA set-asides. If you want to pull it up for your own reference, especially if you're new, that's the link I'm talking from. Okay, what do we do for the district with these funds? So we're going to talk about some supplemental, activities in just a moment, but I did want to bring this slide up. It says the key rule, if the district reserves Title I funds for instructional activities or PD for Title I schools, it must also provide equitable services from those same funds to eligible private school children and educators, which is what Teresa was talking about. And we do have some examples here of some of those funded activities. Okay. Remember a while ago, we talked about supplement, not supplant. So supplemental things that you can do from the district level. Tomorrow, we're going to talk a lot about evaluation. Today is a lot about planning and understanding compliance and making sure everything is allowable. Tomorrow, you're going to hear a lot about return on investment across multiple grants, not just Title I. What does it look like in neglected and delinquent? What does it look like in Title IV? How do I measure it? What are some best practices? All of that will be in day 2. Okay, supplemental district set-asides for Title I. Here are some monitoring findings. Misuse of district level set-asides from Title I. What the U.S. Department of Ed found. Funds from the district set aside were used or distributed to schools without considering school poverty levels or ignoring per pupil allocation requirements. So sometimes we will get an activity in that link that will say, we need to make sure that everybody, all the Title I schools are getting equal amounts, or that rank order is being maintained. So you have to keep that in mind when you do a district level set aside. We very much strongly encourage push the money to the schools. There is so much flexibility out in the school-wide, so much easier to do what they need done in their own project. Okay? Rationale and requirements for the district set aside. Examples include LEA administration, district-sponsored Title I summer schools, pre-K programs. These are things that we often see as LEA set-asides. Unallowable set-asides, supplies or technology purchases without a tie to an allowable activity. Most of the time we say if you want to do equipment, technology equipment, send it on out to Rhodes Elementary. Okay, don't have a district level set aside to where we're just funding all these laptops and computers and all these things. Send it on out to that school for their children's needs. You know, then you send it to Blows for all their children's needs. Don't hold that money on the district level. Place bulk purchases in a school-wide plan. The more you can push out, the merrier you are. I will just be very honest. Really, administration is what really needs to be sitting at a district set aside. Run the program, who's running the program, what are their needs, what are their travel, what's their PD, or if you're doing like a pre-K program or summer school program. That's often what we see. Okay, and here you are some more examples of those: extended learning time, job embedded PD, optional set-asides. You will see that in that GEMS application in the LEA set-aside link will be an empty box for you to type in. If there's something we didn't think of and you feel like the need for your district is that it be housed on the district side, you can put it in that box and send to us, and we'll take a look to make sure that it is meeting supplement, not supplant requirements, and that it is something that can stay at that level. Okay. Leslie has something to share.
Okay, so when we're reviewing your optional set-asides, we're looking for a couple of things. So number one, if you are putting aside money at the administrative level for salaries, we're looking for that salary to be proportional to the amount of time that you're spending on that grant. So if I am a federal programs coordinator and I work Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, Title V, then my time and my salary should be split amongst all of those grants. Cannot put my whole salary under Title I because I'm not just working on Title I. So if you have more questions about that, reach out to your program manager and we can certainly talk to you about that. In addition, we did talk about summer programs. That would be like another optional instructional program that you could do with the LEA set aside. But you need to remember that anything that you are doing in your Title I plan at the district level or school level can only serve your Title I schools. So if I'm doing a summer school program at the LEA level, it can only serve my Title I students. And then, as Kim mentioned, foster care transportation as well. And don't put in the box, see budget. This is like a pretty page for us. So we pull a lot of data from this page and run reports for U.S. Department of Ed off of this page. So if it's asking for you to literally list a narrative, then I need you to give me a narrative, not see budget. Especially like under homeless, we run reports for that. So, try to be specific, but you don't need to copy the whole budget detail. Although if that's a shortcut for you, you can. But tell me what you're spending in those pockets.
So I know when we go to conferences or when we sit in meetings, we do multiple things, right? We work while we listen, because we can multitask. If you would be willing to move off of your work, whatever you're working on while you're multitasking, and pull up your GEMS plan. Pull up the 27 Title I GEMS project. And let's go to the LEA set aside link. If you're at a table where you don't have that, if you'll just scoot a little closer so you can actually see the GEMS application in practice. That would be awesome. I'll give you a minute or two to get it pulled up. If you're a brand new coordinator, welcome to the plan. First step is knowing how to pull it up.
While you're doing that, if you have changes within your district, so there's a couple of helpful hints. Number one, if you have somebody that has left your district that works in GEMS and they're no longer in your district, please let me know. Or let whoever your GEMS organizer or whatever it is, the role that they can go and delete roles, let them know. So I can delete those roles for you, but we don't want just people willy-nilly in our plans. If you have someone new that has joined your district that needs GEMS access, please let me know. Let me know their name, their email, and what roles you want them to have. Try to be as specific as possible for that. If you have somebody so if you're brand new this year and you've taken over Title I, when you do an amendment in your Title I FY25 or FY26, make sure to change the contacts in that plan so that you get the notifications that we're sending out. So those are just some helpful hints to make sure. We use the history log a lot because everything's documented for us. And if your contacts are not correct, you're not getting that information from us and we'll be like, what's going on? So, yep.
When Leslie says contact me, she really does mean her in this instance because she is our GEMS contact for change of contacts. Okay, so she is the contact. Sales Lowe's. Yes, you can contact her if you have a change there. One important reason for doing that is another reason is when Sarah Wagers and I are checking GAPS budgets against GEMS budgets, if the two are not matching for some reason, or if you have submitted an amendment and it is not matching, the two systems are not matching, I go to the create a comment feature in GEMS to say, hey, do you need gaps returned? The two systems are not matching. You need to be able to get my comment. And if your contact information is not in GEMS, you're not going to get the comment. And what does that equate? That equates to finance can't submit claims because it's just sitting. Okay, so it is a direct communication. So that's another reason why we need to make sure all the contact info is up to date. Okay, so we're gonna have a little bit of table talk. For the next few minutes, I'd like for you to talk at your table about what your district does from the district side, the LEA set-asides. What money are you setting aside for what for your district, okay? So talk to one another about what that looks like in practice from that page.
Hello? Okay, all right, so we just had some great conversations at this front table. So things that we didn't mention as LEAs, under administrative, these are things that you need to complete the job. So travel, if I'm traveling to my different one schools, parent family engagement, if I have a district liaison that I'm paying for and they're traveling to schools, you can take that out of the liaison side, travel to SCADA, to these kind of situations, to national conference, to your SCASA roundtables, those things can all come out of your set aside. Because they are making you better at the job that you're doing. Additionally, we had a conversation, like I've seen where there's been some district positions. And if you're doing a district position, like let's say that you decide that you need a transformational coach and it's going to serve at several different schools. Your Title I schools, because they can only send it in Title I schools. We're going to ask for that job description to make sure that it is all allowable underneath Title I. We're going to look for a reasonable salary. We're going to look for a need. So we're going to look for some kind of justification from you about why you're spending money at the district level instead of sending it out to the school. The other question that was asked was, is there a limit on how much I can reserve at the LEA level? No, but technically that money is for those poverty students. So we like to see most of that money go out to the schools to serve the students. If you are, and we have a really large pre-K program, got it, understood. But if you're reserving more at the LEA level than you're sending out, your program manager is going to have some conversations with you. And you're going to need really great justifications as to why that's happening.
All right, if you will, go back to the sections page. You're getting to navigate that project. Don't hit the back button. It won't just go back. Go back to sections. Okay, and now go down into the link that says school eligibility and click there.
All right, so we, as Jennifer said, are going into the depths of school allocations. So there's several things that I'm gonna try to remember. I've got notes up here, so if I hang at this table, don't worry about it. Because I wanna make sure that I tell you everything that just comes to my mind. So as we talked about with school allocations, you are pushing those out to the schools that qualify for your Title I services. Those are your schools that are 35% poverty and above. Most of you only serve school-wide, which means that anyone in that school can benefit from those funds. We do have a couple districts that are fun and like to do targeted, which means they are targeting a specific group of students within that school, and the funds can only be used on that targeted school group that they are targeting. So it's really fun when it comes to documentation. So if your superintendent comes to you and says, hey, I have a great idea. Why don't we target some students with our Title I funds? Reach out to your program manager. And they can talk to you about all the ins and outs of targeted assistance, our targeting students to serve with their Title I funds and the pros and cons and everything in between. You need to make sure that you are serving your schools in rank order. So my school that has the highest poverty should be receiving the highest amount of funding by per pupil allocation. I need to also keep in mind that, and I just had here it is, the afternoon brain fart, guys. Rank order. Yeah, okay, so keep going, it'll come back to me, I'll be like, oh, yeah, guys, there is a formula that we that you use. Jim's is magical and she does all kinds of things. Yes, she's a she. She does all kinds of things for you. She calculates things. Sometimes she be slow. She's just like that. It's okay. She's just tired. But she does a lot of the calculating for you. So if you put in that per pupil allocation, she'll spit out how much money's going to that school. She does some amazing things on the school allocation page too. But we'll talk more about that when we get to that page. I can serve in poverty bands. So when I decide that I'm serving, oh, I remember now. All my schools that are 75% and above grade level must receive Title I funding. If you are not serving them, then it's a skip school. And you still have to find Title I-like funding to serve them. So that does not mean ATSI, CSI money. Well, actually, ATSI, that is fine. That does not mean I'm using Title IV funds to serve them. That's not Title I-like funding. It's not, oh, hey, here's their general fund that we're using. It's got to be additional funding. So if you are not serving a school that's 75% above, then reach out to your program manager and talk to you about that. But that's one of the pages in GEMS. We ask some questions about skip schools, and we'll talk more about that. Some of our districts serve in poverty bands, so their schools that are 75% and above all get the same PPA. And then they go from 70 to 75% and they get this chunk of PPA. And then they go on down from there. Some of our schools our districts are super creative and their poverty bands go lower for elementary students. So for elementary, they serve all the way down to 65%. Middle school, they serve to 60%, and high school, they are, no, not 60, 70%, and for high school, they only serve down to 75%. Allowable. You can serve, no, I'm not gonna get that all right. But it's, I know, my mind's all over the place now. But what the main goal here is that poverty is the only factor that we can use to determine using Title I. And the main goal for Title I is to increase achievement, right? All right, so how do I determine my poverty rates? Well, I can use my meal data, and you'll get together with your lovely food services, and they'll run this great report for you. And so maybe you're using a free and reduced lunch count. Maybe you're using Direct Cert, right? So Direct Cert is a combination of two different things. It's equal to SNAP and TANF. And then the last one, which is the one we suggest, is pupils in poverty. And the reason why we really kind of push you towards pupils in poverty is because it is an all-inclusive look at poverty in your district. So it's pulling information from SNAP, TANF, Medicaid, and foster care, migrant, and homeless. So it's really looking at the full picture of the students that are in your seats. We send out with your allocation our lovely Oregon department at the Department of Southwest Education pulls a report for us of pupils in poverty numbers. It's split up by your district, and then if you open up the second tab, it's like your schools. And that report is run on April the 1st. Now, what day are we supposed to run a report on? 135th day. Now, April 1st, maybe your 135th day, but it may not be. And so you are totally okay with pulling your own report on the 135th day in your district. Because some of us, like Aiken County, are already headed back to school. And then some of us, like Horry County, are waiting until the middle of August. So we do not all have, and then fun fact, charters all over the place. So your 135-day count may not be really around April 1st. If you want, that perfect picture of what students you have in seasonal 135 days, then you can run your own numbers. If your numbers differ from what we have sent out, we ask you to upload that documentation in related documents, because we just want to see where the numbers came from. If you are a district and you're running direct surge or even Peoples in Poverty, and your numbers are way different than last year. Like, I had a school at 90% last year. This year, they're at 78. And you haven't had any changes in your district. Like, I'm not closing schools or moving schools together or any of that. Then reach out to your program manager. We'll troubleshoot with you. We'll get a report run by ORTA at the Department of Ed, so that we can really try to make sure that what numbers you're putting in are a true picture of what you have going on. I think okay. So, as I said, so poverty numbers 35% and above are eligible for Title I funding. There are different ways that you can distribute your funding. Most of us stick to that 75% rule. So I'm prioritizing all my 75% schools and above first. As a matter of fact, you have to. So any school that is 75% or above gets priority first. They get the most funding in cascading order. So my top one, and I can decrease from there. After I've met my 75%, I can then choose to do some of these other things. So I can do grade span at that point, serve all my 75% aboves, and now I want to prioritize elementary. So I'm going to serve my elementary schools and not serve middle and high school. They're not skipping them because they're not required to serve them because they're not 75% or above. So you would just put no service, right? Also, we have some districts in our state that are smaller. They have less than 1,000 students, or they have one school per grade span. So I've got an elementary school, a middle school, a high school. I've got a primary school, an elementary school, junior high. You know what? The grade spans don't overlap, right? Then if that's the case, you are exempt from following these rules. And you can pick up whatever school you want to and serve it however you want. Or you can serve all of them, but your elementary school might be third in line and you want to serve it first. You can do that because you're a small district. And then the one that is not popular at all is the high school rule, and that's the one where you serve high schools. You're prioritizing your high schools. We don't see that at all. But if somebody wants to try it out, I mean, sure. All right, so here we are. You should have your school eligibility page pulled up. She's lovely. So here's our lovely checklist at the top. So the first thing that I'm looking for is I'm checking your contacts. On my checklist, I even write your name down. So that I can quickly know who I need to contact, especially if you're a new person, I'm getting to know you. So make sure your contacts are up to date. And then once we jump into this eligibility page, the first one, I'm going to look to make sure that all your schools are listed. If there's a school that's listed and doesn't have any numbers next to it, I'm going to ask you why. Why doesn't the school have any numbers? And you might be like, well, they closed. Okay. That's another thing that you reach out to Leslie about. Every year, right before we send out allocations, I have ORTA run it back in May. ORTA runs a report for me. You are required to tell them that your school's closing and everything. So they run this lovely report for me. I go into gyms and I make all your changes. make sure you email me as well. Because sometimes changes take place right before July 1. I think we have a district in here that's like making changes last minute because of some construction. So email me, let me know what the school's name is, what's changing. Are they closing? Are they opening? Are we consolidating? Is their grade span changing? And if you have a situation like that, reach out to your program manager, because getting the information you need for this page, the enrollment information, it's really interesting when you have schools that are combining, closing, redistricting, whatever it may be. We have to talk through all of those processes with you, so that you have the accurate data for those students. If you have not updated schools and you've got schools sitting out there in your Title I plan that are not open, it's not too late. I can make those changes still. Okay. So first you're gonna put in your public enrollment number. And I'm gonna make sure that you understand that we are talking about enrollment. So I need to know how many students are enrolled at your school. Not how many, not the ADM, not the average daily membership, because you know, and I know, that those numbers have decimal points, and we ain't got no decimal point kids in our classrooms. So just because a kid's absent that day that we pull the numbers, does not mean that they don't need to be served. So we are looking at enrollment numbers. So we should see whole numbers in those boxes. You can pull that straight from the sheet that we pull out, that we send out to you, for your own data, like I said. So how many students do you have in that entire school? The next one is the private count, and I'm going to come back to talk to you about that in a minute, but if you are serving private schools, you better have some numbers in that one. And I'll talk specifically about that in just a second. Then Jim does her magic thing, and she takes column E and F and she puts them together for you in column G. You're gonna tell me in column D, that's where you tell me how you're serving them. Serving them school-wide, none. If I'm not serving schools, skipped only applies to schools that I'm not serving that are 75% and above. And we will send your plan back if it's not right. So column H is your poverty factor. It's the same across the board. So whatever you're choosing to serve in your school district, so direct cert, pupils in poverty, free or reduced lunch, that's where you're going to tell me how you're doing. And then I should be able to go to your related documents section and see where those numbers came from. Unless they're our numbers, because we already have that information. The next part is where I'm just looking at my low income students. So this is my poverty number. If you're using people in poverty that we send out, it's the yes column. So you're going to enter in how many you have that are in that poverty count. And then J really does not come into factor anymore. We used to have a lot of districts that use a multiplier, but that doesn't, we don't see that a lot anymore. But if you were, it would change J for you automatically. Jim's doing her magic stuff. Column K is your private school count. If you're serving private schools, that is just the poverty students from that private school. That goes into column K. And then Jim does her magic thing. She combines J and K for you, and you get your total income. Then Jim says her magic thing, and she gives you a poverty percentage. If you are sorting, so if I'm serving by grade span, if I'm serving by poverty band, I might put 1, 1, 1, because they're all getting the same PPA. And then 2, 2, 2 for the next poverty band. If you're serving them straight down the line, you don't even have to do that line. Questions about this page? Okay. Okay.
I ended up getting it resolved. But
I have found that whenever I went in to do the school eligibility part, I had a balance. I was negative like $29 and I had no clue what to do.
All right, so that's gonna be on our allocations to our schools page, and we'll totally jump into that when we get to that one. Yeah. I just helped another district with that yesterday, so it happens. This is just up close and personal of what we just covered. All right, so with the private school count, if you are serving a private school, you need to have their correct data. In column F, that's their total enrollment from your district. So that's all students that are from your district that are sitting in their school. And yes, it's important to have it correct because it changes that number at the end. It changes your percentages if you don't have that data correct. Column J, nope, K is just the private school poverty students. So you should say either F and K are the same numbers because all they have is poverty students from their district, or F should be higher than K. Questions about that? And tickle. Yes.
you Leslie, so are we only putting those numbers in if our private schools are receiving title? If they're receiving Title II,
Yeah, great question. So if you don't have any schools that are being served with Title I funding, then you can have zeros in that box. If they're opting in for other titles, I don't need their numbers there because this is just Title I. Other questions? Okay. Here's this lovely allocations to serve schools page. All right, so as you said, you need to be serving your highest poverty school with the most funds. Can I serve everybody the same? Yes. Can I serve my highest one at $1,000 and my next one at $999? Yes. They just have to go in cascading order. So Jim says this really awesome thing for you, and it tells you at the top that this is, okay, here's the other thing. Anything that you put on the LEA set-asides page, that total that you have, it comes into this page. And so it takes out the private school allocation, it takes out your LEA set-asides and tells you how much money is left over. So if your LEA set-asides page is not correct, this gets all kinds of. So Jim tells you at the top, like, hey, if you want to serve everybody the same, this number right here, $899.83 PPA, will do that for you and will use up most of your funding. So if I choose to serve that way, I'm going to use Jim's to help me out. You may have some funding left over at the end because Jim's can't give you a perfect number because you have students that run those PPAs and you don't have a perfect amount of students to make it all work out perfectly. So If you have funding that is in the positive and is left over, slap that money into an LEA set aside that you already have to get your budget to balance. If you have a negative balance there, in parentheses, take that money from an LEA set aside to get it to balance. And when you do that, you need to do those things in your budget and your LEA set aside stage. Or you'll get an error message and you can't turn in your stuff. Questions about that? If you ever come up with a problem, dude, you have amazing program managers. Reach out to them. They will talk you through it, and if we don't know right at the right moment, then we'll think about it a little bit and come up with the answer. We'll get you to where you can submit. Sometimes we have to reach out to gyms for their expertise, and they're awesome too. All right, so the next page in your GEMS application is your skip schools page. Like I said, any school that is 75% above that's not being served is a skipped school. And I have to tell the application and your program manager how you are serving them. So the only time that you need to fill out this information on the skip schools page is if you are skipping a school. If you're just not serving, okay, I don't need this information. But if a school is 75% above and I'm not serving them and I'm skipping them, then I need to know why. Why are you skipping them? We ran out of money, whatever it may be. We're choosing to serve them with other funding. And that's box number 2. I want to know what funding you're using so I can make sure it's Title I like. How do I know how much to serve them? You're going to give them a PPA just in line with the schools that are below it. So they have to receive it, at least the school below its PPA. Do the calculations on it. Find out how much they would be receiving if they were being served by Title I. That's how much you need to find Title I-like funding to serve them. Questions on skip schools? I can choose to serve everybody the same number. It's the PPA has to be either equal to or higher in cascade order. Yeah, it's all based on what your district decides. Everybody can, and we have districts that serve everybody at the same level. Yeah, good question. All right, so the next thing in GEMS is your school data collection page. And so actually that's all part of the schools page. So we're just making sure that you're telling me that you're serving by district-wide rank or grade span rank. You're a small district. So if I'm serving everybody just straight down, that's district-wide. If I'm serving all my elementary schools after I serve 5%, that's grade span. If I am a then that's the exception, right? And your method of qualification, it's for everyone, it's to 35%. I'm serving schools that are 35%. Oh. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about school-wide programs. The first thing that we need to keep in mind always is supplement, not supplant. So with our targeted assisted schools specifically, we have to make sure that those funds are being supplemental. School road plans, once you get to the school-wide level, pretty much everything's supplemental. So you don't have to worry as much about supplement, not supplant at the school-wide level, because anything that you're doing is additional help for those students. As long as it's outside of those ratios. They as they must receive their equitable share, which we've already talked about. It's gotta be allowable. And we'll talk more about that. And then it needs to be consistent with the program purpose. So, it needs to be consistent with what Title I's goal is, which is, improving academic achievement. We gotta move the needle, guys, with our students in poverty. And it needs to be tied to your needs assessment. Everything needs to be tied to your needs assessment. Every school does their own needs assessment. And the other thing I'm gonna throw in here is, return on investment, just a little plug. Like, if it didn't work first year, if it didn't work second year, should you still be funding that activity? No, it's time to try something different. If we're not seeing academic gains with an interventionist, it's time to try something different. So you need to be evaluating what you're spending your money on. If you're doing big ticket purchases on a contracted service from year to year, and that's the goal of your school-wide plan, I'm probably gonna ask you for the data to see that that's actually working. Because if you're putting all your money into that, like, how's it helping your students? So I'm gonna ask for the data that's not already in your needs assessment. So the purpose of our school-wide plans, or the benefits of them, it maximizes our funding flexibility because it serves everyone in that school. It's not just targeted. It helps us with whole school reform. And it helps us leverage our multiple funding streams. Earlier, CR got up here and talked to you about school renewal plans. And in your school renewal plan, you set these goals. You tell CR team how you're gonna meet those goals. What are the activities we're doing to meet those goals? What are we putting in place? And then you also designate your funding stream. And so this literally tells us, hey, I'm using Title I funding and Title II funding. I'm using general funding and Title IV. So when you sit down, you know, it's this one plan situation that we're working towards at the State Department. Instead of planning here, so Title I, what's the goals in our district? And then how can I meet those goals with the money that we have? So we should see a little overlap. And then it's gotta be needs-based. So like I said, it's gotta be driven by the comprehensive needs assessment. So let's talk about comprehensive needs assessment. Those are in your related documents. There should be one for every school that you're serving. We like to see one for the district if you're doing out of the box district level things. And you can join the plan because it literally has the data in it that I need to see. It, you set goals based on the data. You create, you know, or list out the activities you're going to do to meet those goals based on the data. And you designate what funding source you're using for those activities to meet the goals that support the data. So you can literally don't have your schools do the same thing over and over again. Use your school renewal plan. What we look for, and yes, we do open your comprehensive needs assessment. And yes, we do sit there on the giant screens we have and pull up your application here. So your budget for just Rhodes Elementary. Here's Rhodes Elementary's comprehensive needs assessment. And whatever you have in this budget, I should also see reflected in this needs assessment. Because it's got to be tied to a need. So if you're choosing to spend your Title I funding, then you're telling me that's a need we have, and that's what. So if I don't see something in your comprehensive needs assessment that's in your budget, I'm going to ask about it. You know, I saw that you were funding this. Can you tell me where I would find that in your needs assessment? Can you tell me where the data is? Also, we don't like to just see data. It's not our job to interpret your data for you. So tell us what the data says. So, like, actually, interpret it. 'Cause that's where you get your goals, right? We like to see a lot of data. We like to see data from MAP testing or whatever you're using. We like to see data from parent and family engagement surveys. So, whatever you're funding, there needs to be some kind of data that helps you determine if that is a successful activity or just a continued need for us to continue funding in our Title I plan. Is that return on investment? Questions about comprehensive needs? All right. I already talked about comprehensive needs assessment. So your school-wide plan is also a comprehensive school-wide plan. So it's aligning with the needs in the school. And then you need to do an annual review of your time. So I'm evaluating the impact of my strategies. So they also, so this is what they do for us. They provide opportunities for all of our children. And it helps us to use methods and instructional strategies that strengthen commitment. Great. Is everybody ready to go into allowability? All right, so why is allowability important, guys? It's important because, I don't know, it's a federal requirement. We've already hinted towards our lovely Edgar. Jules Stanley likes to tell us that that's her boyfriend. She spends lots of time with him. So Edgar lays out all of the fine things that we need to make sure that we're keeping in compliance with, as well as the non-regulatory guidance. Allowability also helps us, it protects us from audits and monitoring. And the monitoring team is going to come up in just a minute and share with you some helpful hints to get a clean audit from them. And it supports the effective use. And then your key role, oversight and documentation. Making sure that the schools are doing what they're saying they're gonna do. Making sure the schools are tying it to a need. Making sure that they're evaluating their programs. Making sure that the funding is being used in a correct manner. Making sure that you have all those compliance pieces up. All right, so in Edgar, it tells you that your costs must be necessary, reasonable, applicable, consistent with our state and local policies. And then it must conform to the grant terms and conditions. So what does that mean? Well, necessary, it's tied to an identified need. It's supporting the achievement of Title I students. And it's not just well, this is nice to have. And I'm going to tell you, I worked in a Title I school when I first started teaching. Actually, I've worked in all the Title I schools teaching. But I can remember being in a Title I school way back when. And it kind of was treated like, well, this is nice to have. But it needs to be related to a need. Reasonable. So is it comparable to market price? Is it, would a prudent person approve this purchase? And then we're looking at quantity and price in your activities. And sometimes we're just going to flat out ask you about reasonableness. We'll question it. Like, did you shop around for price, especially to meet that procurement guidelines, right? Talk to me about this position. Like, why is this person making what I'm calculating out to be $130,000? See that you have interventionists at this school and they're being paid, $75,000, and then you have interventionists at this school and they're being paid $40,000. Talk to me about that. And maybe it's just a difference between a parapro and a certified teacher. We're just questioning to look out for you guys. And then applicable, they need to be tied to your Title I program, and they must be allocated in proportion to benefit for the benefit that's received by each program. So here are some allowable cost examples. So supplemental instructional staff, professional development, will tell you like, if you have a whole lot of professional development at your school and not a whole lot of instructional stuff for the students that are sitting in that school, then we're gonna question that too. Evidence-based interventions, instructional supplies and materials, extended learning opportunities, family engagement. Data tools that directly support instruction, and then student incentives that are tied to academics. And you can only use 1% of that school's allocation on incentives. That is a South Carolina cap. So your program manager will calculate your 1% and make sure that you are only spending that. If you're spending more than 1% on incentives, they're gonna send your plan back. You need to adjust it. We cannot use federal funds to pay for attendance incentives because it comes off as that we are paying the students to come to school. And that is straight from Brookman. So if you've had that in the past, it's been a lot, you know, it's something that was approved in the past, it's gonna get pushed back to you. It's just because we've gotten newer guidance from Brookman. And, you know, that happens, right? Things maybe were allowed last year that we're questioning this year because we work with Tiffany a lot. And she's constantly giving us things to look up. I'm sorry. Anna Brink has a question. Sure. I've attended stuff. We can't do like perfect attendance awards. We can't, you know, what if we were for attendance? No. Right. Certificate paper for academic achievement stuff? Sure. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, guys. Anna Brink always has great questions. Yes, the whole here is just on attendance. And we've had lots of districts that have paid for attendance incentives in the past that were no longer funded. And like I said, that's Brookman. Academic achievement, great. Sure. Behavior, because behavior flows into my academic achievement, sure. But we're also going to question what you are funding. So I can't go out and buy anything that's got the school's name on it because that's promotional. I'm not gonna tell you that you can have a pizza party because that's entertainment. So we really look for things that are kind of academic in nature as far as our incentives. Books, pencils, certificates, what? Trophies. So incentives are incentives. Oh yeah, no, you're not paying, not at Title I. Yeah. The question was, is that teacher attendance incentives too? And I said, not out of Title I. And incentives are incentives. So it's right. Go to Title II. So if you have a school-wide plan incentives for behavior and another activity for incentives for academic achievement, and another activity for incentives for something else, I'm gonna take all of those numbers and put them together to make sure that you're underneath that 1%.
I want to circle back to the attendance portion. The kids are not present in school, the academics will be impacted. So why can't we incentivize to say, you've made improvements with attendance?
And that's not a Leslie thing, that's a Brewman thing. So those are our lawyers from the education lawyers, and that's what they told us. Yes, go to a different funding source, sure. I'm not saying you can't incentivize kids that are coming to school. You just can't use Title I funding. Or federal funding at all. No, you can do that. Yeah, I just can't give them an incentive for coming to school. No, I can have a parent event on attendance. Absolutely. Yeah, because that's the problem that we have in all our schools, right? And so that's a strategy for my parents, trying to, increase attendance. So yes, out of your parent human engagement fund, 188, yeah, you can pay for that things. I can't give them a reward for coming to school. That's it. That's correct. Moving forward. That's correct. When you know better, you do better, or when Tiffany tells you to stop doing it, you stop. Yes, yeah. What would you say? A candy bar? No candy bars. No. No. No food. No food. The only food that we should see in your plan is tied to your parents. So no candy bars. You can pay for candy bars out of your general funds or your PTO fund. But no pizza parties, no candy bars. We're really sticking on this incentives thing.
PBIS in a lot of our schools, they always want to ask, can we do balls? Can we do bottles that you put water or something?
So water bottles, yes, without a logo on it. So that's not fun. And like fidget stuff, I'll let you get away with some fidget stuff because we can tie that to some social emotional stuff. But just toys, no. No toys, that's entertainment. I know, we're getting really, really in the weeds here with incentives.
We can tell this is a sticking point, can't we?
So, at least for us, to help schools maneuver this change, because I think we did it several years ago, actually, when we got that information. So if you have an incentive program in your Title I school-wide plan, you have to submit that to us, just so we see that it's for academics. But what school hasn't already established their program, they're gonna already reward kids for academics. So it's just copying it in there and making sure you've got that on file. So if they ever do come and say, well, what are you giving incentives for? The school's been able to put that in their narrative for themselves. And then tell them to go to their PTO. Tell them to go to their general fund. That's called grading funds. It's the way we maximize everything we do. I can pay for this. They can pay for that. So I can pay for a little more of this and you can pay for a little more of that. It's just good resourcing. That's best practices from Denise Ling. She'll be taking questions outside later. But yes, Denise is right. So that's something that her district requires is for her, if they're buying incentives with their Title I plan or their other federal money, then they're turning in, like, what's your structure for rewarding students? It's the same situation if I'm giving out stipends with Title II, whatever. If I'm giving out a stipend at the district, I need to make sure I've got some clear expectations laid out as to how you're doing that, because somebody's going to hear that Mary Sue got a stipend and you didn't, and you're gonna ask questions. So you need to have it laid out really crystal clear for you. And we'll sometimes probe you about that. Just make sure you have a policy in place. So that's what Denise is requiring for incentives. We're moving on from incentives, no more questions. So here's some common unallowable costs. So like general district expenses, core operations, supplanting or state and local funding. We're supposed to be supplementing, right? So adding to, not meeting what we've put in place for some that's methodology. Capital improvements, entertainment, which is back to that, it's party, all that stuff, right? And I've worked in a PBIS school and we have room parties. Great. You've met your goals, not the Title I funds. Field trips or incentives that are not tied to academic outcomes. Hear me on that. I didn't say field trips aren't allowable, but they're gonna have an academic tie. I can't pay for refreshments for PD or staff meetings. I love a good muffin in the morning, but I'm gonna have to bring that muffin myself. Or use PTO money or general funding. And then items that are used for public relations. I have a logo, my school logo cannot be on anything that I am purchasing with federal funds. That's in EDGAR. I mean, yes, we all want a school t-shirt, but not with federal dollars. So here are some red flags, and I made some notes, so I gotta go here to my papers. So here's some things that are red flags for us. We've always paid for this with Title I, or we've always done this. So we've already kind of proven to you that just because we've always done it doesn't mean that we did it right. We learn and we move on, and some of us buy gloves, some of us buy hoodies, whatever. We move on and we learn, right? If we continue to do things that are not allowable, we're setting ourselves up for failure and for auditing findings. There's no clear connection to a student need. I can't find it in your needs assessment at all. Large purchases at the end of a grant. That is a red flag. Also, lots of amendments is a red flag for us. Because we should be setting the money based on the needs, right? We laid out the needs at the beginning of the school district, at the beginning of the plan, sorry. Do our needs change? Yes. But for the most part, we should be sticking to the plan. Now, I decided I want to hire an interventionist and we can't fill that position. So we got to amend the plan. Okay, got it. But if you are a school district that's turning in tons of amendments, then, you know, that's kind of a red flag for us. I'm not saying don't amend your plan. Get the money off the table. Lack of documentation, that's a red flag for us. And the monitoring team is going to talk to you more about documentation. Not spending most of your money in the first year is a red flag. Yes, you have plans that are open for 2 years, right? But those plans are based upon the needs for the students that are in your school right now. And for the data that you had last year. So if I'm not spending that money in that first year, it's not based upon the data. We have new data now. Plus, you have that lovely 15% that you gotta be in. So don't not meet your 15%. Spend your money in the first year on the needs that are there. If you don't meet your 15%, you owe us money. Money gets taken out of your plan. That's tragic, because that's money that's not going to the students that need it. You get these lovely emails, and Sheree will talk to you more about this tomorrow. But Sheree sent you claiming expectation emails. We have claiming expectations for a reason, not because we want to be bullies, because we're helping you get the money off the table. Get the money off the table. Like, if we're not spending our money, then we're not showing the government who's trying to take our money that we need the money.
It's very, very difficult to meet that requirement. So how does that work?
You have to meet that requirement. That's how it works. Your 50% is calculated, not, so Jim's is up till September 30. You can claim it up to November 15th. We run, that's the first year of the grant, right? So September 30 is the end of your first quarter, and the next second year. So we will run that report. You've gotta meet the 15%. If you don't meet the 15%, the money comes back to, we take it from your plan. However, you can't get a waiver every 3 years. So if you qualify for a waiver, you may use a waiver to not meet your 15% every 3 years. Just kidding, it's October 30. Claim by October 30, no longer November 15th. So, get it claimed by October 30, that's when we run a report to see how much money you still have sitting in Title I, second year of the grant. September 30 is that magic date where it cuts off. That's when we start, claiming that for running your 50%. October 1 is awesome, the second year of your grant, because if you have communicated to your schools that if they don't spend their money in the first year, you can bring that money to the LEA level and spend it there. Don't send money back. Get spent. So that's just like a little extra ammunition for you to get the schools to spend their money. And it happens. I can't tell you why schools don't spend their money, but some of them don't, and they drag their feet and all of those things, and that's your job to make sure they don't. But you just have some schools that will spend every drop in the first year. They'll have it spent by the first quarter. And then you have some schools that just kind of drag their feet. But you got to keep on top of that. Claiming expectations are for you. Turn around and put them in place with your schools. You meet 15%, that's a district requirement, make your schools meet it. Okay, this is straight from Edgar. So you've got to have a budget. We're looking, when we are reading your budget, we're looking that your allocation matches what the school, allocation is on the allocations to certain schools page. Guess what? We don't even have to look at that, but we do it anyways, because if it doesn't match, Jim's is not going to let you turn in your plan. It will give you an error message. But if you're doing a revision, you've got to get prior approval before you can change something in gaps. Jim's comes first to make sure that whatever you're amending is allowable, and then you make the changes in gaps. If I am amending my plan, do not delete something that you've already claimed from. If you've already claimed some money from instruction salary for Joanne, and Joanne leaves halfway through the year and I've got this money and I picked up somebody else, like you can tell us that in the budget narrative. Tell us the changes you're making, but you don't have to delete everything. Like, we need to see what we've approved at the first. Jim's does track everything for us. However, it is helpful for you to either at the beginning of your narrative or the end of your narrative to tell us the change that you made. Because some of you will take out like one thing, like we took out handwriting paper. And like you had like 16,000 instructional materials listed. And then it will show, it will be like, it changed from this to this. And I'm like, so it is. So it won't tell me, it won't be like, oh, it's not handwriting paper. But you can. You can tell us what you changed or if you moved money or whatever. So we talked a little bit about period of performance. So your first 15 month is your initial period of performance. So that's up till September 30. And then you have the 12th month. We don't really use the word carry over. 12 months, second year of the grant that you still have to spend that money. And that gives you 27 months that the grant is enough for you. Title I is the only grant that has a requirement to spend down to 15% the first year. Again, it goes back to the needs, right? It's for the students that are in the school when you write the plan. This is our budget checklist. So we're looking at indirect cost. Your finance department negotiates indirect costs with our finance department. It will not be updated when you get your first preliminary allocation. It will still be the indirect cost from last year. But when we send out final allocations in your newly negotiated indirect costs will be loaded in there as well. So it may change. You may have to make some changes to even that out. We're looking at the school funding amounts match the allocations to serve schools page. We're looking for your tags to make sure that you tag the reform strategies and the use of funds. We're looking that it's allowable. That's the bulk of our job. We're making sure that private schools do have parent and family engagement if they're getting money. Their Title I plan. We're making sure the activities are allowable and reasonable. They're based on needs that are in the needs assessment. That staff and FTEs are sufficient and reasonable. Professional development that's included, we gotta make sure that it meets the definition and requirements of law. We have this lovely thing called a professional development tracker. Talk to you about that in a minute. If they have field trips, we gotta make sure that they're tied to academics. We have a field trip tracker as well. And then we're looking to see if the budget is balanced. It's not gonna let you submit it, it's not, correct? All right, so one of the things that the feedback we got from you all is you always show us exemplars, but like what are you looking for? So this is an exemplar for a budget item. So they told me that it's purchase service. They're telling me that they're buying software. They're telling me the purpose of the software. They're telling me how they're going to impact student achievement. They're telling me the funding source that they're using and the total cost of the procurement and how they did the procurement. Everything that I would ever question, that's an exemplar. And then my second one's just like, hey, I'm providing 0.25 salary for our teacher. What question will I ask about? Is this a supplemental art teacher? But yeah, that looks fine. Either one. Really, like, if you want to put all that in there to make sure I don't ask any questions, sure, great. It also helps you get all the answers you need, right? But I don't need all that. But that's, a location where you can have the stuff you need. Private schools. So I've got different activities up here. So when you were doing private schools, your private school should be turning in a needs assessment. I need you to be specific for me. Tell me don't just tell me you're doing equitable services. What are we doing for the private school? So tell us how they're spending their money. Tell me how it's based on their need. So at the top, we've got like, they plan to contract services with this tutoring company, and it's gonna be for all this time and everything, which is great information. And they told me that they did a non-competitive procurement form and all this stuff. The next one, they're still giving me a lot of information. So we're doing this, we're hosting this end of the year event called Bridging the Gap. And it's an event for parents, and we're doing this, our goals are this, and the funds are gonna be used to buy these things. Great. And then down here, I've got, we're providing instructional supplies and parenting supplies for St. Martin Board School to support student instruction. It includes books, instructional kits, pens, pencils, paper, presentation supplies, and materials. I just need to know what are you spending the money on? All right, so field trips, I told you that we have this awesome field trip request form. Actually, this one is not even ours. This is Richland One's. So Richland One already asked all the hard questions before we asked the hard questions. I need to know, like, what school's going? How many students are they thinking they're gonna serve? What's the estimated cost? What is the program they're doing that's tied to the academic standards that they're covering? And this is because, again, Brewman told us that all field trips need to have an academic tie. And we need to be really looking. They had findings from audits from the U.S. Department of Ed about field trips. Field trips teeter on that entertainment situation. So sometimes we'll take it out and you'll be like, oh, we're doing this program. It's gonna be really great. We're gonna go pick strawberries at Cottle Farms and we're gonna learn about plant parts. And then there's a fun park. And we're gonna be like, no, because they're gonna spend about an hour and a half on the fun park. And I've been to Cottle Farms and I know what the plant parts and instruction is. It's just a book that we colored. So ask the questions, right? Ask the questions to your schools. If you're, take all the field trips you want, but if you're using Title I funding to go on said field trips, make sure they are tied to an academic tie. And that's why we have that field trip form for you guys to fill out. I know that you don't have all the magic numbers for me. Your whole budget is just like, I think it's gonna cost this. That's why we have amendments, right? Because it shakes out to be a different number. So estimate for me. If you're going on a field trip to the strawberry farm and it's costing $25 per student, I'm gonna ask why. And I'm also gonna go and look at the Strawberry Farms website. And I'm gonna see that they do gem mining for fun. And I'm gonna be like, that's not a first rate standard. So we're not paying for the gem mining, right? Strawberry picking, strawberry learning, right, sure, but not the gem mining. So yes, we dig deep too. I will pull up standards and look and read them, because sometimes you guys just tell me, it's South Carolina Standard 1LS 1-1, and I'm like, I don't know what that is. I didn't know what they were when I was teaching. Like that, right? So I'm gonna pull it up and I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna be like, I don't know what is, because they've written standards really hard nowadays, especially the science ones, good Lord. But I'm gonna go and look at your standards and I am going to decide if I think that standard actually aligns with what they're doing. Don't tell me that you're gonna go to, what's the place that you go and sit down and eat and they fight in front of you? Medieval times. And don't come at me with some standard about performance arts. I love a good chicken leg, but it's not with federal money. So, yeah, just ask some tough questions to your schools before you send it out to us, because we're gonna ask the tough questions too. And this helps keep you accountable because, our monitoring team is gonna come dig through stuff. They're gonna be like, this is entertainment, why'd you pay for this? This medieval times, it's entertainment, y'all. Okay. We also ask you to fill out a PD tracker. This helps you way more than it helps us. This helps you make sure that your schools are not spending a whole lot of money on professional development and that they're not sending the same people to everything. Their principal does not need to go to everything. It also helps you to make sure that you're being reasonable. So you're making sure that you are not attending an AVID conference in Miami when there's one in Charlotte. And that is in your Title II documents. You really got to justify going out of the state. And we know that there are conferences that are only out of the state. Okay. But Ms. Principal from Rhodes Elementary that wants to go to the AVID conference every single year because it's in Miami. I'm not sure why she needs to go to the AVID conference every single year because it's in Miami, because AVID does not change. AVID's program is the same. So those are the things you need to be looking for when you're spending this funds, because PD is awesome. It helps us grow as educators. We get really great ideas that we want to take back to our schools. But you got to take it back to your school. So the PD needs to be presented back at the school so that everybody can gain the knowledge from the PD. Because you're not sending the whole school unless you decide to bring the PD to them. And then you get more bang for your buck, right? And so if you're hiring consultants and stuff, we'd like to see that in the PD tracker too. I understand that you're not going to know how much it is to stay at the Sheraton next February, but just give me an estimate. Just an estimate when it comes to price. And then tell us why it's, there's a typo. Tell us why it's important. Like, why do they really need to go to this conference? Our test scores in math are terrible. We want to go to the National Math Conference to try to glean some ideas to raise our test scores. I also look to see if you're like sending half the school. No question that. Why do so many people need to go? Like, can we come up with a better plan to bring the information back than sending 2 teachers from every grade level? So just, reasonableness. This is our checklist for related documents. So we're looking for your needs assessments for your school. We're looking for your private school documentation and all the things that I listed earlier inside of that private school documentation. Even if they're not being served, we need to see the private school documentation. Your parent family engagement plan, your field trip template if you have field trips, your PD template if you have professional development, and then your supplement, not supplant methodology. And here's my last plug. Okay, here's an example. And here's my last plug. If you are funding a class size reduction teacher, and we'll talk more about that in Title II, you have to meet your own methodology first. So don't tell me that your district is really pushing, we really want our class sizes to be 18-1. And then you're funding a class size reduction teacher that's bringing my class size from 28 to 22. Like, you're not even meeting your own methodology, right? So, and yes, you don't get to set that, your district sets that. But yeah, the state's methodology is 30-1. They will send you money for every teacher, 30-1, right? Anything past that is supplemental, if that's your methodology. Great job, Ed. It's been lovely. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you.
Typically, I'll take a break, but we're going to go ahead and plow right on through so we get you out early. So if the monitoring team would come on and join me. These are the application due dates so that you have them ahead of time. Title 1, 2, and 4 was sent out with preliminary allocations, but you can see the timeline we typically have for REAP and N&D. We give out REAP towards the end of the year at final allocation time rather than at preliminary. So at preliminary, you get Title 1, 2, and 4, and then we'll do a final allocation in the fall, okay? This is our escalation plan. This is what happens when plans are not submitted on time. So I want to make sure that you have that. You can ask for an extension. Okay, if you ask for an extension, this would start after that. This is just the channel of who contacts who when and what occurs. Please know that we are awaiting your application. Why is that? It is because we need to get reviewed, get feedback back to you. We can all get to an approval. And so that lag time is not occurring. When you get to final allocation time, the quicker we can get it approved, the better, so that you can budget and begin the claiming process. So keep this model in mind so that you know kind of what happens as far as expectations for applications. I'm going to turn it over to the monitoring team so that they can talk about documentation and how to track what you need to be keeping on your side for auditing purposes.
All right, we are the monitoring team, and I'm going to go fast because I know we're the last ones of the day. So, too fast. All right, we have Daniel Ashley here, Dr. Greg King, Peggy Scott, myself, and our fearless leader Barrett is on vacation, so he is not here today. These are the districts that will be monitored next year. So you should know this by now. We do not have a slide for the 27-28 school year, but if you were monitored 4 years ago, you know that it's coming. We will put it out at our next SCAP conference. We'll probably send it out in August as well. But these are the districts that will be monitored next year. Everybody good to go on? All right, so the monitoring process, what it is. We are monitoring the requirements of compliance for ESEA. We will provide technical assistance. We work with LEAs to support programs and meet the requirements. When is it? It is a 4-year cycle, as I already mentioned earlier, with the exception of consolidating or high-risk districts. And LEAs being monitored have been contacted. Like I said, we typically, especially in August, we'll send out a 2-year notification, who's coming up that year and who's coming up the year after that. How it's done, we will review evidence previously collected and LEA submitted materials. Remember, you guys are collecting materials already, so you should already have these documents ready for us. It is a desk, hybrid, on-site, or revisit as determined by us. Mr. Ashley here will go with the next slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so monitoring notifications. Again, August, subclaim verification notifies selected LEAs, former team. Again, it's monitoring steps and timeline. LEA convenes, develops an action plan, gathers documentation, gather your documentation, LEA upload documentation, or keeps electronically organized. Visits. So again, we'll schedule visits. We usually send emails out to you guys way in advance, and we coordinate with you all, and you guys let us know what works for you. We're very flexible. If something doesn't work out, just email us back, and we'll be able to work with you guys accordingly. Reports. Again, the reports are 6 weeks after the visit. Supplemental Department of Education provides a written report for you guys that way you guys know what you guys are missing. Usually in advance, if there's any technical assistance, you guys are able to work it out. If there's anything further, we just partner with our peers and leadership and let them know, hey, there's a finding, and go from there. But haven't had that early in my years, so we'll see. Hopefully that's a clean slate. All right, site visits. So as I just was speaking about it, so arrives around 9 o'clock. Again, we'll partner with you guys. visits a selected number of Title I schools. I'll just speak for myself. I usually pick one elementary school, one middle school, one high school, and go from there. Really depending on the time, if we've had more sites we've had visit, or if there's something that's missing, then we start to kind of work through that. But it's again based on our schedule and your schedule as well. So we try to partner with you guys. We review, request documentations, interview staff, interview for meetings. Again, we're having conversations with you guys. If there's anything that we need to review, before that we got there, we'll usually just email you guys, say, hey, we're in or wherever you guys have us situated, and we'll sit down, we'll work through that process. And that way, if there's anything that we need to review, it's already there, and we move on from that situation. But majority of times, again, speaking for myself, I haven't had any issues so far. The majority of the time, you guys have your documentations already prepared. We already looked at it before we got there. We just want to, again, be transparent with you guys, and you guys as we walk, be honest with us and tell us what's going on, and just have a good site visit. All right, overlay departs mid-afternoon, so yeah, we usually leave in the afternoon. We don't want to bug you guys too long. So again, we'll look at people, we'll have a conversation with principals, vice principals, we'll walk. Again, that's kind of site visit. You guys have already submitted documentation. So that's kind of based on each site. So if I'm walking Title I information, if you guys have any career planning stuff, you guys have in your high schools, stuff like that. So we want to see basically from our monitoring tool, everything you guys are utilizing up front ahead of me. I'm going kind of fast, so I'm sorry. Any other questions? Cool. So monitoring protocol sections, student identifies and coordinates services. And again, these were basically what we were talking about. You were asking about program needs assessment services, family and community engagement. And again, I'll speak with this example. There's usually a table or a classroom that is associated with that. So we want to see that as it works within each school, if you guys are utilizing that. School improvement. So I'll walk around with the principal and I'll ask them, hey, is there anything that you're proud of? Is there anything that you guys are working on? Any opportunities that you're working on? So again, that's that site chance to have transparency and say, hey, we're working on this, or hey, this is something that we're proud of. So just proof about teachers and paraprofessionals qualifications, something to look at, physical accountability, report card reporting, equitable services to private schools, and again, our monitoring website link. Questions?
And indeed, it just didn't help.
Good afternoon, everybody. Like you said, we do want to be quick because we realize that we're standing between you and hitting the road. So some of the documentation requirements. One of the things that we'll ask for all of your federal funds, or excuse me, your funds that are administered through our office. So like your Title I, your Title II, Title IV, Title V if you have it, and then N&D funds as well, will be the detailed expenditure report for the Title I. That's that and the supporting documentation. We'll also want to see your internal control procedures in all areas. And with your internal controls, Brewman has recommended to us, and we have in turn recommended to you, that your policies and procedures are reviewed and updated. And even if there are no updates, we do want to see that they've been reviewed within the last 2 to 3 years. So if you reviewed them and there are no updates or no changes, just include like a text box stating the date that they were reviewed, because that's like one of the first things that we'll look at to ensure that your internal controls are there, that you have them, and then that you're following them. One of the other things that we'll look at is your time and effort documentation. So if you have individuals whose salaries and benefits are being charged to your title funds, we need to make sure that you either have the semi-annual certifications on file and or the PARs. So that's your personnel activity report, if they're again being charged to the title funds. Procurement documentation. If it's an item or items that you purchased with your federal funds, we do want to see that documentation. And I will ask for like your general ledger reports, things of that nature prior to coming on site. So we would have already reviewed some of that information. And then we pull a select sample of of expenditures that we want to see the follow-up documentation for when we're on site. If you have like the non-competitive procurement and you send that form to Jennifer's office or to Jennifer for approval, we want to see that documentation as well. And again, we mentioned, I mentioned updated policies and procedures. So we ask you, if you're coming up for monitoring, make sure that you've reviewed your policies and procedures, that you have them and that they're updated. We don't want to come out in August or September and see that you have a policy that was dated 2010 and it hasn't been reviewed or updated since 2010. Okay. So what if I don't receive funding for, I'm going to say like McKinney-Vento and or the education of homeless children and youth for foster care? When Kim Humphrey was here earlier, she mentioned that about 40 districts received the McKinney-Vento sub-grant, and then about 40 districts did not or do not receive the McKinney-Vento sub-grant. Those of you that don't receive the sub-grant, I know that you're aware that you're still required to implement the provisions of McKinney-Vento as well as foster care. So we want to see policies and procedures, so written policies and procedures as it relates to homeless children as well as students that are in foster care. If you don't have them, please reach out to Kim Humphrey or Burley Wright, your contact, and make sure that you get these policies and procedures. Okay? Because when we monitor you, we are going to be looking for them. Any questions on that? If you have questions after today, though, please feel free to reach out to us. You'll have our contact information and we're happy to help and provide any technical assistance that we can. I will say, don't reinvent the wheel. Please use your contacts and your resources. And again, if there's anything that we can do to help you, please let us know, and or you can phone a friend, a mentor in another district that may have already gone through our process. We had a few minor revisions to the monitoring tool, the federal monitoring tool as it relates to N&D as a result of our audit. But we'll be sending that out when we send out further information regarding the districts that will be monitored this coming cycle, as well as, I think, to all districts, but it's definitely already updated and on our website, to my knowledge. Any other questions? It'll probably either be the end of July or the 1st of August, yes.
You oversee the program.
Recently updated it to $2,500, right? And or highly walkable items. So if you have a highly walkable item, something that's under 2,500, you're going to need to include that as well. And the equipment inventory template is in GEMS, and it's also on the website. Now let me just check out my notes, make sure I can't leave anything out that I wanted to say. I think I've covered everything, but if you have any questions, again, please feel free to reach out to us. And thank you all.